There are moments in history when a single desire burns so fiercely that it consumes the world around it, leaving only ash, silence, and the cold glitter of gold. Tonight, as the firelight settles into its amber glow, let me draw you closer. There is an old story, older than empires, older than scripture, older even than the first counting stones humanity scratched into clay. It is the story of a man who wanted more than life could safely give. A king who believed that if he could only hold wealth tightly enough, it would finally stop slipping through his fingers. But the universe listens with a dangerous generosity. When we ask without wisdom, it answers without mercy. You may think you know King Midas, the monarch whose touch turned everything into gold. Yet the tale is far darker than the softened version whispered in children's books. His curse was not merely the inability to eat or drink. It was the horrifying discovery that the thing he worshipped most could silence the voices he loved, freeze laughter into lifeless metal, turn warm flesh into a cold statue. The more he grasped, the more the world died in his hands, and perhaps, in a quieter way, that same curse shadows us now. Our age offers more glitter than any kingdom before us. Money, status, success, the relentless chase for more. But gold cannot be eaten. Wealth cannot be hugged. And a life built only on accumulation becomes a palace with no air to breathe. As we begin this long journey together through forgotten histories, spiritual laws, and the hidden architecture of real wealth, I invite you to sit with me beside this fire a little longer. If this story resonates with you, consider giving a like, subscribing to the Echoes of Wealth channel, or supporting the work so these ancient lessons can continue to be told. The old storytellers say that on the final morning before the curse revealed its full horror, King Midas awoke with a strange exhilaration pressing against his ribs. The sun had only begun to rise, its first light slipping through the carved stone lattice of the palace windows, tinting the air with a quiet hush. He stretched out his hand, and the bronze lamp beside his bed shimmered, the metal rippling as if suddenly remembering a truer form. In a breath, it stood before him as gold, heavy and perfect, catching the newborn sunlight like a captive star. The king smiled. It was the smile of a man who believes he has outwitted the gods. Outside his chamber, servants hurried in the dim corridors. No one yet knew what miracle their king had been granted. No trumpets had been blown. No priests had blessed the palace gates. Only Midas felt the secret pulse of this new power, a warmth running through his skin as though the very blood in his veins had thickened into molten treasure. He rose from his bed with a sense of destiny. The legends say he murmured to himself as he touched a tapestry and watched the threads harden into golden vines, that at last the world was aligning with the truth he had always felt inside. He had spent years collecting wealth, filling storerooms and vaults with precious metals, capturing rare jewels, coaxing traders from distant kingdoms with promises of favor. Yet it had never been enough. The hunger within him was a creature that fed on fear. Fear of loss, fear of insignificance, fear that life could slip away before he had gathered enough to bind it in place. Now, he believed that fear could finally die. But the universe has a way of disguising its lessons in the form of answered prayers. When he stepped into the palace gardens that morning, the air was cool, scented with crushed mint and damp earth. Dew clung to the petals of the roses his daughter loved, each drop reflecting the soft sky. He reached toward one absent-mindedly, and in the instant his fingertip brushed the bloom, the flower turned rigid. The crimson hue drained away as gold spread through its veins, running along the stem like a second sunrise. The dew froze into miniature gemstones. Midas felt a thrill. The attendants at a distance gasped, though none dared speak. For the king's moods were tides, unpredictable, pulling close, pulling away, leaving those around him suspended between admiration and dread. Still, he smiled, for the magnitude of his wish began to unfold in earnest. He plucked another rose, watching the petals stiffen into perfect metallic curls. He brushed the fountain's stone edge. The water flowing within it sparkled as gold dust shimmered beneath the surface, as though the spring itself had become enchanted. His steps grew quicker. His chest tightened with excitement. His mind swirled with visions, an empire that bowed before his wealth, kingdoms that bent to his will, history itself engraving his name in lines of gold. Then hunger called him back to the palace hall. A feast had been laid in anticipation of the day's council meeting. Roasted lamb, figs glistening with honey, warm bread still breathing steam. It was only then, when he lifted a grape to his mouth and felt it harden between his fingers, that the first shadow crossed his thoughts. The fruit turned cold, its skin metallic. It fell to the floor with a clink that echoed too sharply in the vaulted room. He tried another, the same thing, and another. The bread, when he touched it, became a gilded stone. The wine in the cup froze into a gem-like mass that hit the table with a sound far heavier than any liquid should make. A flicker of doubt stirred in him, but it was small, just a whisper under the roar of his earlier triumph. He believed he could manage this. He would find a way. Perhaps there were foods immune to the power. Perhaps the priests could intercede. Perhaps the gods had granted the gift and intended to teach him how to wield it. But the universe was not finished revealing the truth. The door to the hall opened, and his daughter ran inside. The sunlight caught her hair as she moved, turning it into a cascade of bronze threads, and her laughter carried the freshness of the morning. She threw her arms around his waist in a gesture she had done since childhood. Midas, still caught between pride and unease, wrapped his arms around her. The moment their skin met, the warmth drained from her body. The legends say that even before she froze, before her form hardened into a silent statue, there was a second, a single, terrible second, in which her eyes widened with confusion and fear. A second in which she felt her father's power consuming her. A second that repeated itself endlessly in Midas's memory for the rest of his life. When he staggered back, she did not move. Her face, once filled with light, reflected only the cold sheen of metal. Her hair flowed like golden ribbons frozen mid-air. Her hands were caught in the shape of embrace. The hall fell silent, And the king, who moments ago believed himself the most blessed man in the world, now understood the truth. The curse of gold is not in its weight, but in its triumph over the living. He tried to speak her name, but the sound broke in his throat. He reached for her again, then stopped, terrified that he might shatter her. He called for help, though help could not answer this kind of calamity. Servants ran. Priests trembled. The kingdom itself held its breath. Midas collapsed to his knees, and in that moment, his riches meant nothing. His power meant nothing. His desire had devoured the one thing he did not know he cherished above all. They say the palace grew unnaturally quiet in the hours that followed. The kind of silence that arrives not from peace, but from shock so profound that even breathing feels like an intrusion. Servants whispered through corridors, their faces pale, not daring to describe what they had seen. Musicians put down their lyres. Advisors canceled their meetings. Even the birds in the courtyard seemed to avoid the windows, as if the air itself had become heavy with dread. Midas remained kneeling beside his daughter's frozen form long after the torches burned low. The golden statue captured the movement of a moment, her arms half wrapped around him, her expression softened by love, yet stripped of life so completely that the sight hollowed him. He reached toward her once, twice, pulling back each time in terror that a single touch might cause her to crack. He pressed his hands to his face and felt the warmth of his own skin, the only living thing he trusted himself to touch. There are legends that say he tried to speak to her, whispered apologies that rang against the unyielding metal. Others claim he begged the gods to take back their gift, offering his throne, his riches, even his own life. What is certain is that the king who once commanded respect now sat trembling like a child, lost in a darkness he had not foreseen. When the sun had moved far across the sky, his advisors finally approached him. They did so with a fear more ancient than politics. Men who had once stood tall before foreign emissaries now kept their eyes lowered, as though the king himself had become a creature touched by divine retribution. None dared come too close. None could offer comfort. "My king," one whispered, voice cracking, "let us help you." But how could they? What mortal hands could mend what his own had unmade? Midas rose slowly, leaning against a pillar, careful not to touch it. His legs shook with exhaustion. His throat was dry. He had not eaten since morning, for every crumb he touched hardened into a useless treasure. Even water fled from him, turning to solid metal at the first brush of his fingertips. He ordered the hall to be cleared. When the servants hesitated, unsure how to move the golden statue without breaking it, Midas shouted, a sound so fractured with grief that it rang across the marble walls like a wounded animal. He did not allow them to touch her. He insisted she remain where she stood, as though moving her would break the fragile thread that still tied him to her memory. He wandered the palace in a disoriented haze. He avoided the gardens, where every plant he had touched that morning now stood like a cemetery of frozen blooms. He avoided the feast hall, where the cursed remnants of his breakfast glittered under the dimming light. He avoided his own chambers, where even the sheets had stiffened into golden fabric. Instead, he found himself drawn to the oldest chamber in the palace, the sanctuary room at the heart of the inner courtyard. It was a quiet place, built long before Midas took the throne, dedicated to the spirits who watched over Phrygia, the kind of spirits who expected reverence, humility, and caution from those in power. He stepped inside and immediately sensed that the air was different. Cooler, calmer, untouched by the fever that had swept the rest of the palace. The altar at the center held a bowl of water, a symbol of life, and a small carved figure representing the nature god who had once granted Midas a favor. The king stared at the statue. He had begged for wealth. He had begged for abundance. But he had never asked for wisdom. He fell to the floor, his forehead nearly touching the cold stone. Here, for the first time, he allowed himself to acknowledge the truth. His desire had never been about gold. It had been about fear. Fear that without endless accumulation, he would be forgotten, irrelevant, powerless. Fear that wealth slipping between his fingers meant life slipping away. And so, he had reached toward the world with a grasping hand, hoping to hold everything still. Yet the tighter he had grasped, the more life had escaped him. There is an account, preserved in fragments of ancient writing, that claims Midas slept in that sanctuary for the first time in years, his body so exhausted by grief that he could no longer feel the hunger gnawing at him. And in that sleep, he dreamt. He found himself walking beside a river, its waters shimmering under starlight. A figure sat on a boulder near the shore, face obscured by shadow. When Midas approached, the figure spoke in a voice that was neither man nor woman, neither young nor old. "You asked for gold," the voice said gently, "and you received it. Why do you suffer?" Midas fell to his knees again, repeating the gesture from the waking world. "Take it back," he pleaded. "Take everything back. Give me my daughter. Give me the world as it was." The river continued to flow, steady and unhurried. "What you touch becomes gold," the voice murmured. "But what is gold if it cannot be lived with?" Midas swallowed hard, unable to answer. "You sought permanence," the voice continued. "You feared the disappearing of all things. So you clung to metal because it outlives flesh. But you cannot embrace gold. You cannot taste it. You cannot listen to its laughter. You asked for a life without loss, and now you see that such a life is not a life at all." The king wept. The figure pointed to the river. "There is a place where the water runs clear and ancient. Seek it. Wash your hands in it, not to save the gold, but to save yourself from it." When Midas awoke, he knew what he had to do. He asked for a map. He asked for a horse. And for the first time in many years, he walked through the palace gates not as a king seeking glory, but as a man seeking deliverance. The road from the palace to the river was long, carved into the landscape like an old scar. Centuries of footsteps had worn the earth smooth, yet that morning the path felt unfamiliar even to Midas, as though he were walking through a world he had never truly seen. The sky hung low with a pale, silvery glow, and a faint wind stirred the dust at his feet. He rode slowly, careful not to touch anything he did not intend to destroy, gripping the reins with fabric-wrapped hands so they would not harden into gold beneath his touch. Those who saw him pass did not cheer. They watched with uneasy silence. Some bowed with trembling shoulders. Others whispered prayers. Word had already spread, rumors blooming across villages faster than truth could travel. They spoke of enchanted curses and gods angered by greed, of a king whose hands could turn kingdoms into lifeless monuments. Mothers pulled their children inside. Merchants closed their stalls. Even the dogs seemed to avoid his horse's shadow. Midas kept his head lowered. Once, he relished the sight of people parting to make way for him. Now, he felt only the heaviness of their fear wrapping around him like a shroud. The journey carried him through fields that once fed his people. Golden stalks of barley waved gently, unaware that their king starved despite such abundance. He passed orchards heavy with fruit, the air thick with sweetness. A single glance filled him with longing, but longing was a luxury he could not indulge. Even brushing against a branch could ruin the entire tree. He rode on, lips dry, stomach hollow, body weakened by the absence of nourishment. By the time he reached the foothills, the sun had climbed high, scorching his exposed skin. Sweat gathered beneath his robes, yet he dared not wipe his brow. Every instinct he possessed, to touch, to steady himself, to grasp the world for support, had become a danger. His senses, once dulled by wealth, now felt painfully alive. He heard every rustle of grass, smelled the sap of the pines, tasted the dust that drifted into his mouth. Without feasts, without comfort, without servants shielding him from discomfort, he experienced the world the way common people did. For the first time in years, he suffered. And suffering, harsh as it was, made him human again. As he climbed, the sound of water reached him in faint murmurs. Not the stagnant pools of palace fountains, but the rough, living voice of a river born in the mountains. He urged his horse forward, heart pounding with a fragile mix of dread and hope. If the dream had been more than a vision, if the gods still listened, this river would wash away the curse. The path narrowed as it wound between boulders and thorn bushes. His robes snagged on branches. His horse stumbled on loose stones. Every discomfort stripped away another layer of the king he once was, revealing a man who had spent too long believing himself separate from the world. By the time he reached the riverbank, he felt hollow, stripped of the illusions that had once armored him. The Pactolus River lay before him, clear as polished glass and cold enough to bite through bone. Sunlight glimmered on its surface, turning the currents into fluid silver. The water flowed with a serene indifference, timeless, ancient, unconcerned with the rise and fall of kings. Midas slid from his horse with trembling legs. He knelt by the bank, staring at his reflection. His face looked older than he remembered, carved with lines of grief and hunger. The cursed glow in his eyes flickered like a dying ember. He reached out for a heartbeat. Fear paralyzed him. What if the river reacted as everything else had? What if the water solidified the moment he touched it? What if salvation was just another illusion, another cruel twist of fate designed to show him how deeply he had erred. But there are moments in a life when a man must act, even if his hands are shaking, even if hope feels like a fragile thread. He plunged his hands into the water. The shock was instant. The cold tore through him, seizing his breath, burning his skin like fire made of ice. The river surged around his fingers, uncaring, unstoppable. And then, something shifted. A faint shimmer leapt from his skin, dispersing through the water like a cloud of dust. The glow vanished. The curse loosened. He felt it as surely as he felt the chill of the river, the unnatural weight, the metallic hum beneath his flesh, the invisible chains that bound him to his greed. They dissolved into the current. The water carried them away, down the riverbed, into the earth. Midas gasped, not in fear, in relief so profound it nearly broke him. He lifted his hands, dripping with living water. They were ordinary again, warm, pink, unremarkable, not golden, not cursed, human. He touched a stone. It remained a stone. He touched a reed. It remained a reed. He touched his own face, and for the first time in days, he felt softness, warmth, life. He fell forward, pressing his forehead to the wet ground, his sobs drowned out by the river's steady voice. A voice that, in its calm persistence, seemed to whisper what he had forgotten. Gold exists to serve life, not the other way around. When he finally rose, he knew he could not return to the palace unchanged. The curse had been lifted, but its lessons remained etched into him like scars. He mounted his horse with steady hands and began the journey home, not as a ruler seeking glory, but as a man who had tasted the bitterness of his desire and recognized its poison. The road stretched long before him, the same path he had taken earlier, yet it felt transformed, as though the world itself had softened, offering him a second chance. And far behind him, the river continued to flow, carrying the remnants of his greed into the land, turning the sands of its banks into glittering flecks of gold. The desert at dawn has a peculiar silence. It is not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of a world holding its breath. Before the sun rises, the sands lie cool and pale, like the surface of some ancient, sleeping creature. Wind whispers over the dunes in long, slow strokes, as though time itself is smoothing the land before the day can disturb it. And in that hush, in that fragile sliver of morning, the Valley of the Kings becomes a kingdom of shadows. It was in that valley, beneath the limestone cliffs carved by forgotten storms, that the young pharaoh Tutankhamun was laid to rest. His burial was a hurried thing compared to the grand ceremonies of mightier kings, yet it was performed with a reverence so intense that even the stone chambers seemed to hum with it. Torches flickered along the walls as priests chanted in the ancient tongue. Every object placed beside him, the chests, the ritual staffs, the gold masks, the carved lions, the alabaster vessels, felt less like possessions and more like prayers shaped into matter. Tutankhamun was not the most powerful pharaoh of Egypt. He did not conquer empires. He did not carve his victories into monuments. His reign was brief, his life uncertain, his childhood overshadowed by the fires of political upheaval. And yet, when the priests sealed the final chamber, they entombed wealth so astonishing that centuries later, even hardened explorers trembled upon seeing it. The desert reclaimed the valley soon after. Sand drifted into crevices. Sun bleached the stone. Silence covered everything like a shroud. And under thousands of years of wind, the treasures slept. Imagine the darkness inside that tomb. Absolute. Unbroken. The walls painted with spells meant to guide the boy king through the afterlife. The gold coffin gleaming even in the absence of light. The ceremonial masks resting like patient guardians. The air itself still, stale, untouched. Time does not pass in such places. It folds. When Howard Carter discovered the tomb in 1922, the world was unprepared. As he cracked open the sealed doorway and held his candle aloft, the flame flickered against a sight no living eyes had seen since the Bronze Age. It was as if the breath of the past exhaled directly into his face. He described the moment with a trembling awe. Everywhere, the glint of gold. Gold on the chests. Gold on the statues. Gold on the furniture. Gold on the very handles of the doors. Wealth so vast it should have fed nations. Wealth that should have built cities. Wealth that could have changed the fate of entire kingdoms. Yet it had been sealed away, buried with a king who never lived long enough to enjoy it. All that brilliance, all that treasure. And not 1 ounce of it had fed a child, healed a wound, saved a life, or strengthened a people. It had been removed from the world of the living for the sake of the dead. But let us linger a moment, not on Carter's discovery, not on the glittering masks or the opulent sarcophagus, but on the silence between those walls. Because within that silence lies a truth that echoes across cultures, eras, and lives. Hoarded wealth does not protect a kingdom. It does not preserve a legacy. And it cannot guard even a king from the fate that comes for all men. The ancient Egyptians believed that what one carried into the afterlife could accompany the soul. They filled tombs with bread, with garments, with jewels, with charms, with statues meant to serve the king as he walked through the realm of the gods. But in their devotion, they created a paradox. They removed value from the living world to enrich a world no mortal had ever touched. How many farmers struggled while this gold slept in silence? How many temples crumbled while these treasure chests were sealed away? How many innovations never arose because so many of Egypt's resources lay buried beneath the sand? The tomb was magnificent, yes, but magnificently pointless. For thousands of years it sat untouched. The gold did not circulate. The wealth did not grow. It remained frozen, inert, dead. In this stillness, we find a lesson mirrored across civilizations. When wealth stops moving, it stops living. Imagine a river blocked by stones. The water behind it stagnates. The land dries. The creatures suffer. Yet once the river flows again, the world revives. Wealth is no different. The Egyptians may not have spoken of capital or economies, but they understood the power of movement. Their greatest temples were built through circulation, tribute, labor, trade, not through hoarding. And yet, here in this tomb, wealth was hoarded with a fervor that borders on obsession. Tutankhamun's burial chamber was a vault sealed with dreams that could never be fulfilled. Every necklace, every amulet, every carved box was an artifact of fear, the fear of losing status, of losing protection, of losing one's place in the cosmos. It was humanity's oldest instinct. If I keep enough close to me, perhaps nothing bad will happen. If I gather enough, perhaps I can outwit fate. But fate is not impressed by gold. The boy king died young. His treasures did nothing to shield him. His golden mask did not breathe for him. His jeweled sandals did not carry him farther into life. And for 3,000 years, the riches entombed with him served no purpose except to wait for strangers from a distant future to marvel at them. This is where history presses its hand quietly upon our shoulder. Because whether we are kings or commoners, the instinct to protect ourselves through accumulation is timeless. We stack our lives with possessions, titles, savings, investments, thinking we can build a fortress against uncertainty. But the fortress grows heavy. It weighs on the soul. It strips us of vitality. It replaces movement with paralysis. What the pharaohs teach us, without meaning to, is that a sealed vault is not security. It is a coffin made of gold, and so we return to the valley, to the silence of that tomb, to the chilling revelation that real wealth is not what we bury, but what we circulate, not what we lock away, but what we put to work, not the gold that sleeps, but the gold that lives. This is where the philosophy begins. This is where the financial truth reveals itself. But before we move ahead, breathe in this moment, the stillness of the tomb, the tragedy of unused riches, because it will follow us through the entire journey. As Carter and his team descended deeper into the tomb, brushing away centuries of dust, they discovered something that startled even the most seasoned archaeologists. Tutankhamun had been buried with not one coffin, but 3 nested sarcophagi. The outer 2 layers were wood covered in gold leaf, but the innermost, the one that held his mummified body, was made of solid gold. Its weight was staggering, its craftsmanship unparalleled. Its surface glimmered with a luster untouched by time, as though it had been forged only yesterday. Imagine the effort required to create such a thing. Gold mined from distant lands, carried by caravans across burning deserts. Craftsmen spending years shaping the metal into divine likeness. Priests whispering blessings. Scribes detailing rituals. An entire nation, directly or indirectly, mobilized around this single coffin. A coffin, a vessel for a body that would never again draw breath. The Egyptians believed a king needed protection even in death. They feared that without the proper armor against the unknown, the pharaoh's Ka, the vital essence, would not survive the journey to the afterlife. So they armed him with shields no enemy could penetrate, riches no spirit could resist, symbols that would announce his status beyond mortal realms. Yet in doing so, they revealed an ancient truth that outlives empires. Wealth is not an object. It is a story we tell ourselves about power, safety, and permanence. And no story is more seductive or more suffocating than the story of hoarding. The further Carter ventured, the more extravagant the rooms became. There were golden beds shaped like fierce animals, ceremonial chariots adorned with gilded scenes, miniature boats meant to carry Tutankhamun across celestial waters. There were jars filled with perfumes, baskets of dried seeds intended for meals in the afterlife, weapons inlaid with lapis lazuli, and jewelry so delicate it seemed woven from captured sunlight. But the object that struck Carter with the deepest awe was a small, carved wooden box, modest in comparison to the golden treasures around it. Inside were the dried remains of bread and fruit, offerings prepared thousands of years ago. Ordinary food, sealed away with extraordinary care. It was a humbling reminder, no matter how wealthy the king, he was still a creature who needed to eat. He still longed for nourishment. He still felt the vulnerability of life. And in his attempt to guard himself against the uncertainty of the hereafter, Tutankhamun buried even the most essential symbols of the living world. Bread is only valuable when eaten. Fruit is only valuable when consumed. Wealth, when locked away, becomes as pointless as the stale offerings sealed in that tomb. To understand the magnitude of what was buried, we must look beyond the glitter. Tutankhamun's reign occurred during a fragile moment in Egyptian history. His father, Akhenaten, had attempted a dramatic religious revolution, abandoning centuries of tradition for a single god. The empire had been shaken, resources drained, political alliances fractured. And when the young king died, Egypt was vulnerable, economically weakened, socially divided, spiritually uncertain. Yet the priests and nobles insisted on a burial of staggering expense. Why? Because a king's tomb was more than a resting place. It was a performance of power, a declaration of legitimacy, a psychological reassurance to both the living and the dead. But every chest sealed inside the tomb was a chest not used to rebuild temples. Every golden statue in that chamber was a statue not sold to feed starving citizens. Every jewel that glittered in darkness was a jewel removed from the hands of artisans and merchants who could have used it to support families and sustain cities. Egypt, for all its grandeur, weakened itself through rituals that extracted value from society and hid it beneath stone. It is not so different from the modern world. Consider the wealth locked in vaults, uninvested, unused. The fortunes hidden in accounts that never support innovation or growth. The fear that drives individuals to hoard cash, believing that merely possessing it grants safety. But safety does not come from scarcity. It comes from vitality, both economic and spiritual. Tutankhamun's fortune slept for millennia, but it never multiplied. It never expanded. It never shaped the world until Carter's torchlight woke it. The trillions of dollars worth of gold, labor, artistry, and resources entombed with the boy king remained sterile. Dead capital. Glorious, yes, but utterly without influence. When Carter broke the seal, he was not just opening a tomb. He was opening the greatest metaphor for stagnation in human history. Here lay the perfect example of wealth stripped of purpose. Here lay the consequences of believing that accumulation alone can secure eternity. Here lay the evidence that gold, when removed from the living world, becomes nothing but glittering dust. There is a lesser-known account, rarely mentioned, of how Carter, upon unwrapping the linens around Tutankhamun's mummy, discovered hundreds of tiny amulets set into the wrappings. Each amulet was meant to protect a specific part of the body, spiritually fortifying the king for challenges in the next world. There were scarabs over his heart, falcon-shaped charms near his shoulders, serpents woven near his ankles. It raises a startling question. If a king requires hundreds of magical objects to feel safe, even in death, what does that say about the human relationship with fear? Perhaps wealth, in all its forms, is less about abundance and more about bargaining with anxiety. Perhaps we gather, and gather, and gather not because we are greedy, but because we are afraid. Afraid to lose, afraid to fall, afraid to go unseen. And so we bury our treasures, hoping they will protect us. But Tutankhamun's tomb teaches us the opposite. Buried wealth does not protect. It isolates. It stagnates. It turns abundance into silence. Carter later wrote that the tomb felt like stepping into a vivid daydream. But the reality beneath that dream was stark. A kingdom had sacrificed enormous resources to build a sanctuary for one man's fear. And in that sacrifice lies the lesson we must carry forward. Long before the marble temples of Athens rose into brilliance, before Rome learned how to forge an empire from iron and ambition, there was Lydia, a kingdom of wind-swept hills, rich soil, and gold-soaked rivers. Its crown jewel was Sardis, a city perched at the foot of Mount Tmolus, where the Pactolus River flowed like a vein of wealth through the land. The same river, legend says, that once carried the remnants of King Midas's curse after he begged the gods for release. It is fitting, then, that another king, Croesus, would rise from the same land, destined to mirror Midas's hunger in a new and more dangerous form. Croesus was born into a world humming with commerce. Lydia sat at the crossroads between East and West, a place where merchants traded spices, silk, timber, horses, amber, and knowledge. But what set Lydia apart was its gold. The Pactolus carried electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver, washing it into the riverbeds in glittering flecks. Other kingdoms bartered. Lydia minted. Under Croesus, the Lydians became the first people in recorded history to create standardized, certified gold and silver coins. Wealth no longer depended on guesswork, on weighing lumps of metal, on trusting the honesty of a merchant. Croesus made wealth predictable, portable, tradable. He did not merely possess gold, he invented money as the world now recognizes it. But the brilliance of such innovation cast a long shadow over his judgment. Croesus grew up listening to the stories of Midas, learning of Lydian kings who believed gold could shape destiny. Yet instead of cautioning him, these tales ignited something fierce in him, a belief that he could succeed where others failed. He surrounded himself with opulence that dazzled even Persian envoys. His palace brimmed with treasures. His banquets were legendary. His robes shimmered with gold-threaded embroidery. When he walked through Sardis, The citizens bowed lower than they did for any king before him. And yet, despite this wealth, Croesus's heart was restless. With riches came the persistent whisper of fear, fear of loss, fear of betrayal, fear that even immense fortune was not enough to secure immortality. The more he gained, the more he sensed the precariousness of his throne. Lydia's prosperity drew the eyes of empires. Persia's power grew steadily to the east under Cyrus the Great, a man whose brilliance on the battlefield unsettled even seasoned generals. Croesus felt the threat long before the first Persian soldier marched west. So he did what kings of that age did when confronted with uncertainty. He sought the wisdom of the gods. The temple of Apollo at Delphi was the beating heart of prophecy. Those who entered its inner sanctum believed they were speaking directly to the divine. Kings traveled across continents for a single phrase. Empires rose and fell on the cryptic breath of the Pythia, the priestess through whom Apollo spoke. Croesus was determined not just to seek the oracle, but to test her. Historical records from Herodotus describe a remarkable experiment. Croesus sent messengers to oracles across the world with a peculiar question. On the 100th day from their departure, what is the king of Lydia doing? The one who answered correctly would be deemed the true mouthpiece of the gods. On the 100th day, Croesus chose an act no oracle could predict. He slaughtered a tortoise and a lamb, boiled them together in a bronze pot with a bronze lid, an absurd, almost comical ritual. But the oracle at Delphi answered without hesitation, "I know the number of the sands and the measure of the sea. I understand the silence of the mute and hear the voice of the voiceless. On this day, the king of Lydia is cooking a lamb and a tortoise in a bronze pot." No other oracle came close. Croesus's faith in Delphi was sealed. He journeyed to the temple with lavish gifts, golden bowls, ingots, jewelry, statues, so many treasures that some accounts suggest he donated more wealth to Apollo than any king before or after. He believed generosity could buy clarity. He believed gold could buy fate. Standing before the Pythia, breathing the intoxicating vapors of the sacred chamber, he asked the question that would define his life. If I go to war against the Persians, what will happen? The priestess, in a trance, whispered an answer that thrilled him. If you cross the river Halys, you will destroy a great empire. Croesus did not hear the pause. He did not question the ambiguity. He did not consider that the empire destroyed could be his own. The response was perfect for a man already intoxicated by his wealth, already convinced of his invincibility. He saw himself as the chosen conqueror, destined by gold and prophecy to darken the throne of Persia. His advisors cautioned him. His generals urged preparation. But Croesus had the oracle's words echoing in his mind, and he had wealth enough to fund an army that could shake the world. When he returned to Lydia, he began assembling forces from Greece, Egypt, and Babylon. He strengthened alliances. He armed soldiers with gear few armies could afford. He believed his riches made him untouchable. But gold breeds a peculiar blindness. The more he prepared for war, the more he forgot that oracles do not promise outcomes, they reflect possibilities. They require interpretation, humility, and restraint. Croesus possessed none of these. His gold insulated him from doubt, distorting his sense of reality until even the gods seemed to align with his desires. So he marched eastward, confident he would crush Persia and etch his name into eternity. The river Halys shimmered as his army crossed it, just as the prophecy foretold. And somewhere, perhaps watching from the peaks of Mount Tmolus or from the depths of Delphi's fumes, the gods must have whispered. He heard only half the truth. Now the philosophy waits. Now the lesson begins. Quietly, in the space between ambition and interpretation. When Croesus marched toward Persia with the confidence of a man carrying divine approval, he embodied a pattern as old as civilization itself, the human tendency to interpret the world not as it is, but as we want it to be. He believed the oracle's prophecy was clear. He believed his wealth signaled favor from the heavens. He believed his judgments were sound because he had never been forced to confront contradiction. But the universe rarely speaks in absolutes. It speaks in symbols, shadows, hints, and probabilities, subtle enough that only humility allows us to hear them fully. This is where the myth of Croesus transitions into philosophy. The law of misinterpretation. This law teaches that desire corrupts perception, not as punishment, but as a natural consequence of being human. We interpret information through the lens of fear or longing. We see patterns where none exist, or ignore warnings that disrupt our preferred narrative. We twist ambiguity into certainty because certainty feels safer. And few forces distort perception more powerfully than wealth. Croesus mistook his wealth for wisdom. He mistook his comfort for clarity. He mistook his success for invulnerability. In reality, wealth, especially sudden or immense wealth, creates a cushion of illusion around the mind. It insulates the owner from the friction that teaches discernment. The poor and struggling do not have the luxury of misreading the world. Consequences arrive too quickly. But the wealthy can sustain illusions far longer, simply because their resources shield them from immediate consequences. This is the true philosophical tragedy of Croesus. He believed his gold made him correct. He believed that abundance equaled insight. He believed that because he could afford to be wrong, he would never be wrong. Once a man strengthens these beliefs, even the voice of a god becomes a mirror, reflecting only his own desires. This phenomenon appears not only in myth, but in psychology. Across cultures and eras, thinkers observed the same pattern. When a person becomes enamored with their own success, even truth becomes difficult to recognize. The Stoics warned of this through the concept of dogmata, the unquestioned internal beliefs that distort judgment. The Buddhists described it as moha, the fog of delusion that arises from craving. The Confucians saw it as wang, the forgetting of moral alignment due to prosperity. The Vedic sages described it as maya, the shimmering illusion of the world that deceives those who grasp too tightly. These traditions all touch the same insight. Desire narrows perception. The more intensely we want something, victory, recognition, security, the more we misread the signs around us. Croesus did not misinterpret the oracle because he was foolish. He misinterpreted it because he was human. He wanted victory. He wanted his fears soothed. He wanted to believe he was destined for greatness. And so, he heard only the part of the prophecy that matched his longing. This is where the myth deepens. It is easy to see Croesus as arrogant or naive, but the truth is softer, more unsettling. Most people, when given ambiguous information, will instinctively choose the interpretation that protects their identity. Croesus's identity was built on being the wealthiest king alive. His wealth was not just gold, it was his worldview, his confidence, his sense of meaning. To doubt that identity was to unravel everything he had built himself upon. He needed the oracle's words to confirm his vision of himself, so he forced the prophecy into a shape that fit his expectations. And when expectations harden, perception bends. That is the essence of misinterpretation. There is another dimension to this law, often overlooked. Misinterpretation is not a flaw. It is a test. Life offers signals, possibilities, and warnings not to be accepted blindly, but to be examined, questioned, and interpreted with humility. Ambiguity exists precisely so that human beings do not move through the world arrogantly. The gods of antiquity spoke in riddles, not because they were cruel, but because clarity, if given too freely, breeds carelessness. A man who believes he knows exactly what the universe intends for him is already halfway to catastrophe. Croesus mistook a riddle for a guarantee. He mistook possibility for prophecy. He mistook potential for destiny. This is the philosophical wound that would eventually open beneath his feet. But his story also reveals a deeper truth, one rarely spoken, but evident in the lives of kings and entrepreneurs alike. Wisdom is not found in receiving answers. Wisdom is found in questioning the answers that flatter us. The oracle did not doom Croesus. His interpretation did. This is why spiritual traditions across the world emphasize humility as the foundation of perception. Humility is not weakness. It is clarity. It is the willingness to admit that one might be wrong. It is the discipline of resisting the seduction of convenient interpretations. Without humility, even divine guidance becomes dangerous. Without self-awareness, even truth becomes poison. Without restraint, even blessings become curses. Croesus had wealth beyond measure. He had influence across nations. He had access to the greatest oracle of the ancient world. But he lacked the one thing that could have saved him: the ability to doubt himself. The tragedy of Croesus is that he thought he was seeking truth, but he was only seeking reassurance. The oracle gave him truth in its purest form, ambiguous, flexible, powerful. But truth is only useful to those prepared to question it. And so, the myth hands us a mirror. How often do we interpret events according to the story we want to believe? How often do we confuse desire with destiny? How often do we let comfort dull our ability to see clearly? Here, in the quiet space between Croesus's question and the oracle's answer, the spiritual lesson unfurls slowly, like smoke rising beneath temple pillars. Croesus's march toward Persia was not merely a military maneuver. It was a financial miscalculation of astonishing scale, one that continues to echo through modern economic history like a warning bell few people truly hear. His downfall was not due to lack of gold, it was due to lack of judgment. And in the realm of finance, judgment is the only wealth that cannot be stolen, counterfeited, or inflated away. To understand the financial lesson hidden within the myth, let us return to that single, fatal phrase. If you cross the river Halys, you will destroy a great empire. Croesus treated the prophecy as certainty. Investors often make the same mistake. They believe an outcome is guaranteed because a signal appears promising, a stock chart trending upward, a piece of news confirming optimism, a model predicting stable growth. They forget that every signal contains ambiguity, every trend contains reversals, and every market contains forces unseen by even the brightest analysts. Croesus made 3 errors that investors, new and experienced, still make today. Error 1. He assumed his current wealth made him invincible. Croesus misjudged risk because he believed his enormous reserves of gold could absorb any setback. Modern investors fall into a similar trap when they overestimate the safety of their portfolio. A large account balance can create the illusion of security. But wealth is not armor, it is fuel. When used wisely, it propels. When used recklessly, it accelerates disaster. Croesus believed that because he could afford war, war was a good decision. How many investors believe that because they can afford a speculative bet, the bet must be promising? This is the financial blindness of abundance. When you have too much, you begin to treat risk as an afterthought rather than the central question. Error 2. He built strategies based on confirmation, not probability. Croesus tested the oracle, but only to validate what he already hoped was true. Once Delphi answered correctly, he stopped testing. He stopped questioning. He stopped seeking alternative interpretations. He built his war campaign on a single piece of ambiguous information. Investors do this constantly. They cherry-pick data that supports their optimism. They read headlines that confirm their biases. They ignore warnings that contradict their preferred narrative. But investing is not about confirmation. It is about probability. A great investor asks, what if I'm wrong? What if the model fails? What variables am I not seeing? Croesus never asked those questions. He treated a riddle as a roadmap. Error 3. He did not understand asymmetric risk. When Croesus crossed the river, he risked everything: his throne, his kingdom, his legacy, his people. But Cyrus of Persia risked very little. If Cyrus lost a battle, he would retreat and regroup. If Croesus lost, Lydia would fall. This is the heart of asymmetric risk. When the downside is total ruin, even large upside potential cannot justify the gamble. Modern finance teaches this through frameworks like Kelly Criterion, risk-adjusted returns, portfolio diversification, and expected value models. But you do not need formulas to grasp the essence. If losing means losing everything, then even a high chance of winning is not enough. Croesus gambled his empire on a prophecy he did not understand. Investors gamble their life savings on trends they cannot control. This is why the story of Croesus is not merely historical. It is a blueprint for financial wisdom. The greatest danger in wealth is not losing it. It is misusing it. Let us look deeper. Croesus, by all accounts, had mastered the creation of wealth. He innovated currency. He controlled trade routes. He oversaw a thriving economy. But he never mastered the discipline of wealth. He never learned to use wealth as a tool rather than a shield. This distinction, though subtle, separates those who endure from those who collapse. The discipline of wealth requires 3 skills. 1. Recognizing bias, understanding when your desires are shaping your analysis. Croesus believed in the prophecy because he wanted it to be true. Investors believe in predictions for the same reason. The antidote is self-awareness, questioning your assumptions, examining your emotional state, and checking whether your confidence is grounded or inflated by ego. 2. Building robustness. A robust portfolio, or nation, is one that survives misjudgment. Croesus built a strategy that depended on being right. Wise financial planning builds strategies that survive being wrong. This requires diversification, liquidity, contingency planning, and conservative risk models. It requires humility, not bravado. 3. Interpreting ambiguity correctly. Ambiguity is not a flaw. Ambiguity is a signal that you are dealing with complex systems. Markets are ambiguous. Economies are ambiguous. The future is ambiguous. Croesus demanded clarity from Delphi, and when clarity came wrapped in a riddle, he chose the interpretation that matched his ambition. The wise investor learns to live with uncertainty, to respect it, to plan for it, to treat it not as an obstacle, but as the natural environment of financial life. There is a lesser-known part of the story, rarely told, but essential to the financial lesson. When Croesus lost the war and Lydia fell, Cyrus did not kill him. Instead, the Persian king invited Croesus into his council as an advisor. The man who once ruled one of the richest kingdoms became a counselor teaching the value of caution. His downfall made him wiser than his prosperity ever had. He reportedly told Cyrus, "Prosperity carries the seed of its own destruction when the owner does not understand how fragile it is." This is the final financial truth hidden in the myth. Wealth magnifies errors. Humility prevents them. And clarity, true clarity, comes only when we question the interpretations we most want to believe. The fall of Croesus was not a punishment. It was a masterclass in financial psychology. Before Europe crowned its kings with sapphires, and before the Ottoman Empire carved its crescent across continents, there was a kingdom in West Africa so wealthy that travelers struggled to describe it without sounding delirious. Mali, the empire of rivers, caravans, scholars, and cities that glimmered in the heat like jewels scattered across the desert's vast palm. And at the heart of this kingdom sat Mansa Musa, the man legend calls the richest human being in the history of the world. Gold was so abundant under his rule that the streets of Mali seemed to hum with its presence. Nuggets lay in riverbeds like smooth, yellow pebbles. Dust clung to the hands of miners like a promise waiting to be fulfilled. Traders arriving from North Africa spoke of Mali's riches in tones that mingled awe with disbelief. But it was not gold alone that made Mansa Musa famous. It was the journey that reshaped economies, toppled markets, and carved his name into the fabric of history, the pilgrimage to Mecca. In the year 1324, the world saw a procession unlike anything imagined before. Mansa Musa did not travel like a king. He traveled like a myth. Tens of thousands of attendants, soldiers, scholars, and merchants marched beside him. Camels, nearly 100 of them, carried sacks of pure gold dust and bars so heavy that even the strongest men grew weary of lifting them. Witnesses claimed that when Mansa Musa reached Cairo, he entered the city like a sun rising in human form. Streets filled with crowds eager to see him. Merchants climbed onto rooftops. Children whispered that a golden king had descended from the desert. Everywhere he went, he gave freely, lavishly, recklessly. He handed gold to the poor as though sprinkling seeds that would bloom into prosperity. He gifted merchants so much wealth that even the established traders of Cairo stared in stunned silence. He showered musicians, poets, scholars, and soldiers with gold dust until their robes shimmered with it. He donated to mosques with such extravagance that even the religious leaders, accustomed to the favor of rulers, found themselves bewildered. Rumors spread faster than caravans. A king of Africa has come carrying the wealth of 10 empires. He spends more in a day than sultans spend in a lifetime. Gold rains from his hands. Many imagined this generosity as pure nobility. A ruler so bountiful that his kindness overflowed like a river in flood season. But generosity can be as dangerous as greed. And abundance, when mismanaged, can fracture the very structure that created it. Within days of Mansa Musa's arrival, the price of gold in Cairo began to drop. Then it plummeted. Then it collapsed. The market could not absorb the sudden, overwhelming influx of gold. Merchants hoarded coins expecting the value to fall further. Lenders tightened their fingers around their reserves. Buyers hesitated. Sellers panicked. The value of gold, previously steady for decades, tumbled across the entire region. Mansa Musa's generosity created a monetary shockwave so powerful that it destabilized Egypt's economy for more than a decade. Inflation surged. Markets reeled. Prices twisted like a fabric pulled too tight. He had meant to bless the lands he touched. Instead, he drowned them. When he left Cairo, he attempted something unprecedented for a king. He tried to buy back the gold he had given away, hoping to stabilize the economy he had inadvertently fractured. But the damage was done. Value, once distorted, cannot be coaxed back into place with the same ease it was knocked out of alignment. Economists today still study the shock Mansa Musa caused. A single king disrupted the entire Mediterranean economy without meaning to. A single act of generosity became a cautionary tale of abundance. A single journey revealed the fragility of prosperity. But this is only half the story. The other half begins in Timbuktu. By the time Mansa Musa returned to Mali, he had become a legend. His fame spread from the desert dunes to the courts of Europe. Cartographers sketched him into maps, seated on a throne of gold, holding a golden orb in one hand and a scepter in the other. Wealth had transformed him into a symbol, but symbols attract more danger than they deflect. Mali's prosperity drew the attention of rival kingdoms, raiders, and ambitious generals. The wealth that once secured Mali's reputation became the very thing that put a target on its back. Internal tensions grew. Succession disputes erupted after Mansa Musa's death. Provinces rebelled. Foreign forces probed Mali's borders. Trade routes, once the arteries of the empire, became contested, strained, and fractured. Gold, once Mali's blessing, became its burden. The myth of Mansa Musa, the richest man to ever walk the earth, is not merely a tale of excess. It is a story of how abundance, when unleashed without awareness, can unbalance entire worlds. His generosity was sincere, but sincerity does not shield the world from consequences. And so, in the golden dust left behind his caravan, another lesson glimmers beneath the surface. Even the greatest wealth can drown a kingdom when it flows without understanding. When Mansa Musa's caravan spilled its brilliance across Cairo, the world witnessed a paradox older than scripture. Abundance can wound as sharply as scarcity. Gold drifted through merchant stalls like wind-blown petals. Coins changed hands so rapidly they became almost weightless. Markets bent under the sudden pressure of too much wealth. And somewhere beneath the clamor of celebration, a quiet truth whispered through the chaos. Even blessings, if unmanaged, become burdens. This truth forms the heart of the spiritual law woven into Mansa Musa's story, the law of unintended consequences. Unlike Croesus, Musa was not blinded by arrogance. He sought piety, not conquest. His generosity came from devotion, not delusion. And yet, his sincerity did not shield him from the invisible architecture of cause and effect. His intentions were noble, but noble intentions do not unmake economic laws, human behavior, or the fragile balance that binds societies together. This law teaches us that actions, especially those fueled by abundance, carry ripples far beyond what the eye can see. And those ripples often become waves. Mansa Musa believed he was elevating the people he encountered, offering relief to the poor, respect to the scholars, awe to the masses. But generosity, when delivered without regard for systems, becomes something else entirely. It becomes distortion. In Cairo, gold was not a symbol of hope. It was the backbone of the economy. It stabilized prices, backed trade, and upheld the delicate equilibrium between supply and demand. Musa's sudden downpour of wealth did not empower the city. It destabilized it. Money that floods faster than a society can absorb becomes a toxin disguised as a gift. The weeks following his visit saw gold's purchasing power spiral downward. Bakeries raised the price of bread. Merchants, suspicious of the shifting currency, rejected coins they once accepted without question. Landowners renegotiated rents. Lenders tightened their grip. Cairo, a city built on centuries of economic predictability, found itself staggering under the weight of too much abundance. This is the spiritual dimension of unintended consequences, When our actions ignore the structure of the world does not adjust to us. We are the ones who pay. Musa was no tyrant. He did not seek harm, but he failed to understand the ecosystem he stepped into. He saw people, not a system of interwoven dependencies. He saw piety and charity, not supply and demand. He saw generosity as inherently pure, when in reality, generosity must be guided by wisdom, or it becomes indistinguishable from chaos. In every spiritual tradition, wisdom is the counterweight to good intentions. In Buddhism, generosity is incomplete without mindfulness. In Sufism, charity must flow through discernment. In Christian theology, giving without understanding can harm the receiver's soul. In African oral traditions, power used without foresight calls disaster into being. And so Musa's pilgrimage becomes more than a historical journey. It becomes a parable about the consequences of unexamined abundance. Here lies another layer of the law. The greater the abundance, the greater the responsibility. When a poor man makes a mistake, the world rarely trembles. When a king misjudges, continents shudder. The law of unintended consequences is mercilessly neutral. It does not consider reputation, holiness, generosity, or lineage. It cares only about the mechanics of reality, the unseen interplay of actions, timing, and scale. It is said that when Musa returned to Mali, he sought forgiveness for the economic chaos he had unintentionally sparked. Some chronicles describe him performing acts of humility, withdrawing from excess, turning his attention to Timbuktu's spiritual and scholarly centers. But even this repentance reveals something deeper. Awareness cannot undo consequences. It can only inform new choices. This is the spiritual lesson hidden in Musa's golden trail. Awareness is the most valuable asset a person can possess. Without it, even virtue becomes destructive. With it, even limitation becomes powerful. Awareness reminds us that every gesture, every word, every transaction, every gift interacts with a system larger than ourselves. We do not act in isolation. We act in networks, cultures, markets, minds, and ecosystems. Mansa Musa entered Cairo with wealth. He left Cairo with wisdom. Gold can fill the hand, but awareness fills the mind. And in that mind, a softer truth began to crystallize. Abundance is not measured by how much flows out of us, but by how deeply we understand the consequences of its flow. The myth now bends gently toward its financial lesson, where gold is no longer metaphor, but structure, and consequence becomes currency. When Mansa Musa's caravan saturated Cairo with gold, he unwittingly performed one of the earliest and most dramatic experiments in monetary economics. Today, scholars analyze his journey not only as a historical spectacle, but as a financial shockwave, an accidental macroeconomic event that rippled across continents. What Musa revealed, without intending to, is the fragile relationship between money, value, and the systems that hold civilization together. At the center of this lesson lies a simple truth. Money is not wealth. It is a symbol of it, a placeholder. Real wealth is productive capacity, resilient systems, skilled people, land, goods, and enterprise. Musa carried money, raw gold, the currency of his age. But his empire's strength came from trade routes, salt mines, scholars, merchants, and caravan networks stretching across the Sahara. When he disrupted Cairo's gold supply, he exposed a truth modern economies still struggle with. Even hard money, gold, loses value when issued without restraint. This is the foundation of inflation. Today, central banks print currency. Musa printed gold. In Cairo, the supply of money skyrocketed in a matter of weeks. But the goods, services, labor, and infrastructure remained the same. More money chased the same amount of product, and prices soared. Inflation did not come as a slow creep. It came like a sandstorm, sudden and blinding. This reveals the first financial law of this chapter. Unmanaged abundance destabilizes markets. People often assume inflation is a phenomenon of modern fiat currencies. But Musa's caravan proved that even precious metals, the backbone of ancient economies, are vulnerable to supply shocks. Gold is stable only when scarce. Its value comes not from its color or shine, but from its limited availability. When scarcity disappears, stability disappears. The second financial lesson emerges from Musa's attempt to fix the damage. Historical accounts suggest that after realizing the chaos he had caused, he tried to reverse inflation by purchasing back the gold he had given away. He aimed to decrease the supply, to restore equilibrium. But even a king cannot rewind markets with the same ease he disrupted them. Once inflationary expectations take root, they are notoriously difficult to uproot. This principle is echoed centuries later in modern monetary policy. People do not react to what money is worth today. They react to what they expect it will be worth tomorrow. When Musa left Cairo, merchants did not say, "Gold has value again." They said, "Gold might lose value again." This fear lingered. Markets tightened. Recovery dragged on for over a decade. Here lies the second financial law. Markets remember trauma longer than they remember generosity. Now the lesson deepens. Musa's wealth, despite being real, was not liquid in the sense modern economists understand. He controlled immense reserves of gold, but gold is a volatile currency when moved in bulk. It cannot be distributed rapidly without breaking the system receiving it. This reveals the third law. Real assets must move slowly. Money must move carefully. Consider land. Consider trade networks. Consider artisans, scholars, irrigation systems, caravan routes, and fortifications. These are slow assets. They grow incrementally, predictably. They stabilize economies. They resist collapse. They give a kingdom depth, resilience, and identity. Gold, by contrast, is fast money. It amplifies both prosperity and destruction. It magnifies both generosity and error. A modern investor faces the same dynamic. Fast money, speculation, lottery winnings, sudden windfalls, crypto booms can destroy lives as easily as it builds them. Without systems to support it, without knowledge to guide it, without structures to absorb it, fast money becomes a destabilizing force. This is why economies with sudden natural resource wealth, oil, minerals, gas, often collapse under what economists call the resource curse. Mansa Musa experienced the medieval version of it. He possessed more wealth than any ruler of his age. But his understanding of monetary flow lagged behind his abundance. And so his generosity, pure in intent, became inflationary in execution. The final and perhaps most essential financial lesson from Musa's journey concerns the distinction between gold and value. Gold cannot feed an empire. Value can. Mali thrived not because of its gold, but because of its control of trade routes connecting North Africa to sub-Saharan markets. Timbuktu was not built on treasure. It was built on scholars, manuscripts, intellectual exchange, and caravans that wove deserts into pathways. Gold is inert. Real wealth is alive. Gold sits. Value moves. Gold glitters. Value transforms. Mansa Musa's story teaches that true wealth flows through systems, through production, exchange, innovation, and education. It is found in the hands of farmers, traders, scholars, engineers, and builders. It is found in the infrastructure of a society, not the ornaments of a king. When Musa returned from his pilgrimage, he built mosques, libraries, and learning centers. He strengthened trade networks. He invested in the very systems that made Mali flourish long before he was born. He finally understood that money must serve the world, not drown it. And so the financial arc closes the way all great financial wisdom does, with the insight that balance, not abundance, creates lasting prosperity. Long before marble philosophers paced the colonnades of Athens, before Plato carved his dialogues into the spine of Western thought, there walked a man who rejected the world so thoroughly that even the gods, it seemed, paused to watch him. His name was Diogenes of Sinope, though history remembers him less as a man and more as a force of nature. He arrived in Athens with nothing but a cloak, a staff, and a will sharper than any soldier's blade. Some say he had been exiled from his hometown for tampering with the currency, though whether this was a literal crime or a metaphor for corrupting the values of society remains a point of debate among scholars. What is certain is that Diogenes despised pretense. He despised ceremony. He despised the delicate performances people rehearsed to appear respectable. And, above all, he despised wealth, not because it existed, but because people believed it made them free. He was determined to expose that illusion. Athens, in his time, was a city of philosophers who delighted in talking about virtue. They spoke of justice, temperance, moderation, harmony, yet most of them lived comfortably, funded by students, patrons, estates, and the invisible machinery of privilege. Diogenes found this hypocrisy unbearable. To him, philosophy was not an intellectual exercise. It was a way of living that required bareness, honesty, and a refusal to compromise with cowardice. So he chose a life stripped to the bone. He abandoned property. He abandoned home. He abandoned reputation. He slept in a discarded clay barrel near the marketplace, exposed to rain, wind, and the jeers of passers-by. And yet, he lived with a fierceness and an independence that made even kings feel small. But one afternoon, when the sun hung heavy over Athens and the city baked in its own brilliance, Diogenes walked through the crowded agora with a lantern held high. People stared. Vendors paused mid-shout. Children pointed. Diogenes, someone finally asked, "Why are you walking with a lantern in broad daylight?" He lifted the lamp until it almost touched the questioner's nose. "I am searching," he said slowly, "for an honest man." The crowd laughed at him, but something in their laughter trembled. For beneath the humor was discomfort, deep, ancient discomfort. Diogenes was not seeking an honest man in the literal sense. He was seeking a human being unchained by greed, vanity, and the hunger for approval. Someone who lived not by society's rules, but by the rules of nature. He never found one. His most famous encounter came years later, in Corinth, when Alexander the Great, fresh from his conquests, surrounded by soldiers, shimmering in armor polished to near-blinding brilliance, sought him out. The king had heard the legends. He had heard of the barrel dweller who mocked emperors, terrified sophists, and held a mirror up to civilization. Alexander approached him with the magnanimous confidence of a ruler born for glory. "I am Alexander, king of Macedonia," he announced. Diogenes, who was sunbathing at the time, did not look up. "And I," he said, "am Diogenes, the dog." The soldiers bristled. Swords shifted. But Alexander laughed, perhaps recognizing that in the presence of this ragged philosopher, titles meant nothing. "I admire your wisdom," the king said. "Ask anything you wish of me, and I will grant it." Diogenes finally opened one eye and gestured irritably. "Yes," he said. "Stand out of my sunlight." Alexander froze. Then he smiled, not with insult, but with wonder. Later, he told his generals, "If I were not Alexander, I would wish to be Diogenes." This moment, two men, one with an empire, one with nothing, became one of the most powerful confrontations in the history of philosophy. It encapsulated a tension that has haunted humanity ever since. Who is truly free? The man who owns the world, or the man who needs nothing from it? Diogenes slept wherever night found him. He begged for food without shame, believing that to need help was not dishonorable, only the fear of needing it was. He tore apart social conventions like a wolf tearing into cloth. When someone asked him why he lived like an animal, he responded, "Because you have forgotten you are one." He urinated in public, mocked politicians, shattered the pretensions of philosophers, and challenged the wealthy by living with such absence of fear that their riches seemed suddenly ridiculous. He once watched a child drink water with cupped hands, realized he didn't need his wooden bowl, and hurled it aside with delight. At one point, he was captured by pirates and sold into slavery. When asked what skills he possessed, he replied, "I know how to govern men." The buyer, amused, allowed him to run his household, and Diogenes lived comfortably, respected, and influential until he chose to leave. Even enslavement could not enslave him. There are lesser-known stories, quiet, subtle, rarely included in the typical accounts. One speaks of Diogenes watching a mouse scurry across his barrel at night. He observed how easily the creature found crumbs, warmth, and safety without owning a single item. He reportedly smiled and whispered, "You are freer than any man in this city." The mouse, indifferent, continued its search. Diogenes remained awake until dawn, contemplating how much a human must abandon to regain such freedom. Another tale describes him sitting at the city gates during a storm, letting the cold rain strike his skin while others sought shelter. When asked why he did this, he replied, "If I can make peace with discomfort, I will never fear it again." These moments reveal the heart of his philosophy. Eliminate unnecessary desire, and nothing can control you. Yet Diogenes' rejection of wealth was not a rejection of value. It was a refusal to trade his freedom for comfort. He believed people built their own cages made of possessions, status, debt, obligation, and the illusion of necessity. And so, Diogenes' life becomes a myth not of poverty, but of liberation, not of suffering, but of immunity, not of deprivation, but of clarity. He lived inside a barrel, yet stood higher, spiritually, than kings. This chapter now turns toward the philosophy. But linger here, beside the ragged sage in the sunlight, and ask yourself, what would you give up to gain the freedom he carried so easily? Diogenes lived as though the world had handed him a single question at birth, one that echoed through every decision he made, every provocation, every ragged breath beneath the Athenian sun. The question was simple, but devastating. What is the minimum a human being must need in order to remain free? Most philosophers debate ideas in words. Diogenes debated through existence. His life was the experiment. He did not argue that poverty was noble, nor that suffering was virtuous. What he tested, day after blistering day, was the boundary between desire and dependency. He wanted to discover the point at which a human stops being a sovereign being and becomes, quietly and without noticing, a servant to their own cravings. To Diogenes, freedom was not a political condition. It was a spiritual condition, a state of inner invulnerability. He believed that every attachment, every unnecessary possession, title, expectation, ritual, obligation, was a small chain tightened around the soul. Not enough to strangle, but enough to direct. Enough to shape your choices. Enough to convince you that your life is dependent on something outside yourself. In the barrel, Diogenes began removing chains one by one, not because he disliked comfort, but because he refused to kneel before it. His entire philosophy can be condensed into a single principle: the law of inner sufficiency. This law rests on one timeless truth: he who needs the least is the hardest to control. Control usually enters a human life through the back door: fear of losing income, fear of losing status, fear of losing access to comfort, fear of losing acceptance. Fear is always the gatekeeper. Need is always the leash. Diogenes severed the leash, and in doing so, he became untouchable. When Alexander offered him anything in the world, Diogenes' reply, "Stand out of my sunlight, was not arrogance. It was precision. Alexander controlled armies, nations, and supply routes. But Diogenes controlled the one territory every conqueror struggles to claim: his own sense of enough. This is why the moment startled Alexander. He encountered a man who wanted nothing from him. And a man who wants nothing cannot be bribed, intimidated, manipulated, or purchased. Diogenes revealed something that even modern psychology confirms. Humans do not become enslaved by force. They become enslaved by desire. Desire turns into dependence. Dependence turns into fear. Fear turns into compliance. This is the cycle Diogenes sought to break, not through withdrawal from life, but through mastery of himself. He believed humans are born free in their bodies, but become imprisoned in their minds. They accumulate objects thinking the objects will create freedom, yet must work endlessly to maintain them. They chase admiration, thinking it will soothe insecurity, yet must shape themselves to earn approval. They pursue wealth, thinking it will offer peace, yet become sleepless, trying to protect it. To Diogenes, the average citizen lived inside a prison made of invisible bars. These bars were not constructed by kings, but by cravings. One story tells of Diogenes watching a wealthy man polishing a bronze shield to a mirror shine. When asked what he was doing, the man replied, "I must keep it bright for others to admire." Diogenes took a handful of mud and smeared it across the shield, saying, "Here, now you are free of their admiration." Another tale tells of him observing a man who owned 2 slaves, yet asked others for advice every day. Diogenes said, "It is a great wonder. You own people, yet borrow your thoughts." These small provocations reveal his central belief: wealth does not enslave people. Their relationship to wealth does. Diogenes was not against resources. He was against dependency disguised as abundance. And here, in the midst of ancient Athens, he discovered a paradox that still haunts modern society. People mistake comfort for freedom, yet the more comfort they acquire, the more fragile they become. Comfort breeds expectation. Expectation breeds fear of loss. Fear of loss breeds surrender. Diogenes learned to flip the equation. By letting go of unnecessary desire, he found a deeper form of comfort, one that did not depend on circumstances. He trained himself to feel at home anywhere, in the marketplace, in the cold, in the heat, in the chaos of crowds, in the silence of night. Without a house, he was welcomed everywhere. Without possessions, nothing could be stolen from him. Without status, he had nothing to lose. Without fear, he was more powerful than kings. This is why his life still pulses with relevance. He was the first philosopher to treat resilience as the foundation of freedom. He taught that true wealth is not what you accumulate, but what you can live without. Strip away the excess, all the signals of prestige, all the borrowed desires, all the invisible expectations, and what remains is clarity. Clarity destroys fear. Fearlessness destroys control. Controllessness creates freedom. This is the spiritual progression Diogenes embodies. But his philosophy is not merely spiritual, it is also practical. For in the embers of his barrel-light truth lies a hidden insight about modern life. The more optional your lifestyle is, the harder it is for the world to push you off balance. This prepares us for the financial lesson, the part where Diogenes' empty hands reveal a strategy far richer than gold or land. In the modern world, Diogenes would not be called a philosopher. He would be called something far more subversive, a man with no financial weak points. He discovered, millennia before economists had language for it, the single most important rule in personal finance. Freedom comes not from earning more, but from needing less. This is not asceticism. It is strategy, a form of economic martial arts. When Diogenes stripped his life down to the essentials, he eliminated the leverage the world could hold over him. That is the blueprint every financially secure person follows, whether consciously or not. The fewer liabilities you carry, the more leverage you have over your own decisions. The fewer obligations you maintain, the more optionality you gain. The fewer fears you entertain, the more clearly you can assess opportunity. Diogenes lived it in the most extreme form, but the financial principles woven into his life remain startlingly relevant. Let us examine them one by one. Financial Principle 1. Reduce fixed costs, and you increase power. Most people imagine wealth as accumulation, more income, more assets, more comfort. But Diogenes lived the inverse equation. If he reduced his dependence on external goods, he increased the control he had over his time, choices, and mind. In financial terms, fixed costs are the true chains: the mortgage, the car payments, the lifestyle overhead quietly increasing year after year, subscriptions, debts, obligations, social expectations. These are modern barrels, except we live inside them by choice, convinced they grant us status. Diogenes reveals the truth with surgical clarity. When your required cost of living drops, your freedom multiplies. A person who needs little cannot be coerced. A person who needs extravagance is enslaved by it. This is why individuals earning modest incomes but living simply often feel freer than high earners drowning in lifestyle obligations. Financial Principle 2. Optionality is the secret currency of freedom. Diogenes could walk away from anything because he owned nothing that owned him. Optionality, having choices, escape routes, flexibility, is the most undervalued asset in the world. Businesses guard it. Nations fight for it. Investors chase it. But individuals often trade it away for comfort or appearance. Optionality is the power to say, I choose this, not because I must, but because I want to. When Diogenes slept in a barrel, he was choosing his constraints. He gave up comfort to gain option after option. He could move instantly. He could relocate without cost. He could endure any environment. He could survive any shift in fortune. He could accept or refuse any offer, even from kings. This is the financial position of the unbreakable. In markets, optionality is the prized characteristic of anti-fragile portfolios, those that benefit from uncertainty rather than crumble under it. Diogenes achieved the human equivalent. His life was a study in how minimizing needs maximizes adaptability. Financial Principle 3. The best investments are those that reduce vulnerability. Most financial advice focuses on growth, how to scale assets, compound returns, expand income streams. Diogenes' life shifts the focus toward stability. He believed the greatest wealth was found in eliminating vulnerabilities. In practical terms, that means debt-free living, diversified income, emergency reserves, portable skills, low cost of living, emotional resilience, ability to withstand discomfort. You do not have to live in a barrel to achieve this, but you do have to understand the underlying truth. A financially secure life is not built on maximizing pleasure. It is built on minimizing fragility. Diogenes stripped away everything the world could use against him: hunger for approval, lust for luxury, fear of discomfort. These are the same psychological vulnerabilities that drive people into debt, toxic careers, and reckless investments. His financial wisdom is brutal in its simplicity. If you become hard to impress, you become hard to control. If you become hard to control, you become wealthy, no matter your income. Financial Principle 4. True wealth is measured in how few compromises you must make. Alexander commanded armies. Diogenes commanded himself. Here lies the quiet heart of his financial philosophy. Wealth is not about purchasing power. It is about negotiation power. The ability to refuse, to walk away, to decline offers that corrupt your values. To choose meaning over money, clarity over chaos, alignment over ambition. Most modern financial suffering comes from the inability to refuse. People stay in misaligned jobs, suffocating cities, toxic environments, not because they want to, but because they cannot afford not to. Diogenes teaches the opposite. Reduce what you need, and you reclaim the power to choose everything else. This is why minimalism, when practiced with intention, not aesthetics, becomes a deeply financial act, not merely a lifestyle. Financial Principle 5. Your relationship to money is more important than your quantity of money. Diogenes saw that wealth warps perception. Possessions create imaginary needs. Status cravings distort judgment. Desire grows faster than fulfillment. He refused to let money dictate his self-worth, his decision-making, or his freedom. Most people, even those who earn well, fall into the opposite trap. Money begins to define them. Diogenes flipped the dynamic. Money only mattered as far as it supported autonomy. He understood the spiritual truth under every financial system. You can own wealth, or wealth can own you, but never both. Financial Principle 6. Freedom requires discomfort. The global economy is built on people's fear of discomfort. Entire industries profit from it. Luxury goods, status symbols, upgrades, subscriptions, conveniences designed not to serve us, but to pacify us. Diogenes trained his body and mind to tolerate discomfort, so that discomfort could never be used as leverage against him. Every skill that reduces your dependence increases your wealth. Cooking, repairing, adapting, learning, thriving under pressure. The rich who crumble under discomfort are fragile. The poor who survive it become invincible. Diogenes was neither. He was something rarer, a man who embraced discomfort intentionally, and therefore transcended it. In his barrel, he crafted the blueprint for modern financial independence before the idea even existed. And so, Diogenes' lesson crystallizes. True wealth is not measured in coins or possessions, but in the strength of the mind that uses them. Now, the myth gives way to the next chapter, where another ancient world reveals another secret of prosperity. The North Sea at dawn is not gentle. It breathes in long, icy gusts that slice through wool and skin, and the waves rise like dark shoulders under a shivering sky. But for the Dutch merchants of the 17th century, this harsh water was not an obstacle. It was a partner, an unpredictable companion whose moods shaped the fortunes of a nation. Amsterdam, in those years, was unlike any other place on earth. It was a city of maps and masts, quills and ledgers, winds and wagers. The air smelled of tar, spices, river clay, and ambition. Narrow houses leaned over the canals like watchful elders, each attic stuffed to bursting with goods from the far edges of the world. Pepper from Java, porcelain from China, textiles from India, sugar from Brazil. It was a city where fortune could rise with a tide and crash with a single miscalculation. And among its countless traders, there was one figure the old records name repeatedly, though never with full clarity, a merchant called Reinier van der Veer. Little known outside historical circles, Reinier was the embodiment of the Dutch Golden Age, bold enough to risk everything, meticulous enough to survive the chaos, and patient enough to wait for the wind. His family had been shipbuilders for generations, men who understood wood grains, knots, currents, and storms. But Reinier wanted more than to build vessels. He wanted to command them. He began as a simple bookkeeper in the port's warehouse district, a young man who inhaled salt air with the reverence others reserve for incense. He studied logs of failed expeditions as carefully as he studied successful ones. He memorized weather patterns. He spent evenings in taverns not drinking, but listening to sailors describing strange coastlines, to captains ranting about storms, to merchants grumbling about prices rising and falling like the sea. He was obsessed with one question: how does a man harness something as wild as wind and turn it into reliable wealth? The answer revealed itself slowly, through years of observation. Reinier realized that the ships themselves were instruments, wooden equations balancing risk and return. And the wind, though unpredictable, followed cycles. If a man could understand these cycles, he could predict opportunities others ignored. He could send his ships when competitors hesitated. He could load the right spices, textiles, and tools at the right time. He could ride the invisible currents of global demand. It was during a bitter winter that Reinier made his first formidable decision. He pooled his savings, meager though they were, and purchased a small share in a modest merchant ship bound for the East Indies. Not the entire ship, just a sliver of it. Enough to be tied to its fate, not enough to ruin him. Other merchants mocked him. Only fools buy a fraction, they said. A ship must be owned, not shared. But Rainier was watching something they were not. Just months earlier, a group of Amsterdam traders had formed a revolutionary new structure, the Verenigde Oostindische Compagnie, the Dutch East India Company. It introduced a bold idea that a venture need not be owned by one man or one family. It could be owned by hundreds, even thousands, each with a share of the risk and the reward. This was the birth of equity. And Rainier understood it before most. He bought fractions of ships the way sailors collect wind. Small gusts, uncertain at first, but building toward something unstoppable. Each vessel he invested in became another potential tide, lifting him. Sometimes the ships returned overflowing with spice barrels and bolts of silk. Sometimes they limped back with torn sails and empty holds. Sometimes they did not return at all. But Rainier was not betting on single voyages. He was betting on time. As other merchants scrambled to buy entire ships, hoping for immediate fortune, Rainier accumulated a quiet fleet of fractional ownerships, 20 ships, then 30, then 50, all riding the winds of global trade. He became, without ever owning a full vessel, one of the most diversified maritime investors of his century. But what made him extraordinary was not merely his understanding of equity. It was his relationship with time. He did not panic when storms sank ships. He did not rage when markets softened. He did not celebrate too loudly when profits soared. He treated every voyage as a single breath in a long, unending wind. There is a story, recorded in a faded merchant ledger, of Rainier visiting the docks during a brutal storm. Waves crashed against the harbor walls. Ships moaned in their ropes. Merchants cursed the weather and feared the losses. Rainier simply stood still, cloak whipping behind him, and whispered, "Storms feed the patient." This was not arrogance. It was understanding. He knew that fortunes built on short-term certainty would collapse, but fortunes built on long-term patterns, on years, decades, generations, would grow like the steady push of the sea against stone. By the time Rainier reached old age, he was a quiet power in the Dutch economy. Not the wealthiest, not the loudest, but the most enduring. His holdings grew slowly, predictably, resiliently. He owned the wind not by capturing it, but by aligning with it. This is where the myth of Rainier intersects with the deeper laws of life. Because while every other merchant fought for immediate profit, Rainier surrendered to time, and time rewarded him more generously than gold, armies, or kings ever could. When Rainier van der Veer stood at the harbor during storms, whispering that storms feed the patient, he was not speaking as a merchant. He was speaking as a man who had discovered a quiet, universal law, one that governs not only markets, but nature, human behavior, ambition, and the shape of destiny itself. It is the law of long horizons, a law that whispers time is the multiplier of all things, both ruin and reward. The impatient are devoured by it. The patient are nourished by it. Standing at the docks, Rainier watched men panic at clouds, scatter at rumors, and ruin themselves with fear of immediate loss. These merchants were brilliant in bursts, quick thinkers, daring navigators of risk, but they were trapped inside small horizons. Their vision ended at the next voyage, the next cargo, the next profit sheet. They lived inside short loops of expectation, unable to see that time was far larger than any storm that frightened them. Rainier's genius was not intelligence. It was scale. He thought in decades, not voyages. Cycles, not incidents. Patterns, not events. This is the essence of long horizon philosophy. Most people overestimate what can happen in a week and underestimate what can happen in a decade. Rainier inverted this instinct. He treated every storm, every lost ship, every failed expedition not as a catastrophe, but as the cost of participation in a long game. To him, misfortune was not a wall, it was a toll gate. You pay it, you pass through, and beyond it lies a landscape only accessible to those who endure. Philosophers of the Dutch Golden Age described this perspective in various ways. Spinoza spoke of seeing life sub specie aeternitatis, under the aspect of eternity. The Calvinists framed it as providence unfolding slowly, testing one's discipline. The sailors understood it in simpler terms. The sea gives everything back to those who survive it. Rainier embodied this truth so fully that his life became a form of meditation. A meditation on time. Every morning, he walked along the canals, watching crates being loaded, sailors shouting, merchants haggling over pepper, cloves, indigo, porcelain. He noticed rhythms others ignored, seasons of abundance, seasons of drought, seasons of political tension that tightened certain trade routes and loosened others. He saw festivals affect demand, wars shift supply, weather reshape opportunity. To him, nothing was random, only misunderstood. This is the core of the law. Time is not chaos. Time is pattern. But only long enough vision can reveal it. The merchants who lived day to day saw noise. Rainier saw signal. The merchants saw risk. Rainier saw cycles. The merchants feared loss. Rainier saw loss as fertilizer for future gain. The world is full of people who quit too early because they confuse volatility with failure. They see downturns as verdicts rather than stages. They see setbacks as endings rather than inflection points. But Rainier believed something radical. A trajectory cannot be judged by a moment. A single voyage means nothing. A single year means little. Even a decade, in the grand arc of a life or an empire, is merely a chapter. To Rainier, the only question that mattered was, is the direction sound? Is the system durable? Does the horizon promise expansion rather than contraction? If the answer was yes, then all volatility, however violent, was temporary noise. And so he remained calm in storms that sent others into panic. This brought him a kind of serenity rarely found in commerce. Even modern psychology recognizes this state. It is the peace of someone whose identity is not attached to immediate success. Someone guided by principle, not impulse. Someone who trusts the long arc of their choices. This philosophical stance gave Rainier an advantage no material wealth could purchase. While others watched the daily prices of pepper and cloves and felt their heartbeat tighten, he asked, "What does this mean 10 years from now?" And with that single question, he rose above the narrow vision that traps most people in anxiety and mediocrity. This is why the law of long horizons is not merely a principle of investing. It is a principle of life. Patience is not passive. Patience is intelligence. Patience is participation in the architecture of time. Rainier knew that time transforms small disciplines into empires. Time turns small shares of ships into fleets. Time turns quiet consistency into fate. And perhaps the most important truth he discovered, one rarely spoken, yet deeply felt, is this: impatience is the most expensive luxury on earth. Patience is the richest wealth, because impatience forces bad decisions. Impatience destroys resilience. Impatience trades the infinite for the immediate. Rainier refused to make that trade. The merchants around him grew rich quickly and poor quickly. They drowned in their own haste. They chased storms. They overextended. They lost their fortunes in gambles disguised as opportunities. But Rainier, aligned with the slow pulse of the world, grew quietly, predictably, durably, inevitably. The man who listened to the wind became, in time, wealthier than those who fought against it. And so the myth bends now toward its financial truth, where patience becomes capital, time becomes currency, and compounding becomes the quiet engine behind every fortune that outlives its owner. By the time Rainier van der Veer reached old age, he had accumulated something far rarer than riches. Wealthy men in Amsterdam were common. Merchants with vast inventories of spice, silk, ivory, sugar, and porcelain filled the guild halls daily. Shipowners boasted fleets. Bankers boasted vaults. Politicians boasted influence. But Rainier possessed a kind of prosperity none of them could replicate. He had mastered the mathematics of time, and in doing so, he revealed one of the most foundational truths of finance. Compounding is not merely a financial principle. It is a world view, a philosophy of patience translated into numbers. Rainier's fortune had not been built on a single brilliant voyage or a single lucky strike. It was built on dozens of modest gains accumulating over decades. Each share in each ship represented a seed. Some seeds never sprouted. Some sprouted only slightly. But enough grew that, across the years, they created a harvest unmatched by the flashier merchants who relied on single, colossal wins. This is the first financial law of this chapter. Wealth is not a product of intensity, but consistency. The Dutch Golden Age was filled with stories of spectacular profits, ships returning with cargo worth 50 times their cost. But for every miraculous voyage, dozens failed. Renier understood that survival matters more than outperformance. A portfolio survives through breadth. A fortune survives through time. A dynasty survives through discipline. He bought fractions of ships not because he lacked ambition, but because he understood risk better than the men who owned entire fleets. He knew that owning 1% of 50 ships was more powerful than owning 100% of one. This is diversification in its purest form. But more importantly, it is humility in action. Renier built a portfolio designed not to impress, but to endure. Financial Principle 2. Compounding rewards those who protect the downside. Compounding is often portrayed as growth, returns building on returns, wealth accelerating over time. But what most people overlook is that compounding has a fragile enemy: interruption. A single catastrophic loss resets the growth curve. A single overextended bet can erase years of discipline. A single uncontrolled risk can collapse a lifetime of progress. Renier understood this intuitively. He had seen entire fortunes vanish when ships sank during storms or when pirates marauded across trade routes. He had watched merchants grow overconfident, taking bigger bets as their wealth increased, believing they could not fall. He once wrote in a letter to a fellow investor, "Loss teaches more than profit, for profit conceals the flaw that loss reveals." He structured his holdings like a man expecting storms, not hoping for them, not fearing them, simply preparing. He invested small amounts frequently, rather than large amounts rarely. He kept liquidity high enough to survive lean years. He reinvested dividends instead of spending them on luxuries that would have signaled success but weakened resilience. This reveals the second law. Compounding can only thrive when protected from ruin. In modern terms, this is risk-adjusted growth. In psychological terms, it is patience fortified by caution. In spiritual terms, it is the opposite of greed. Financial Principle 3. Equity ownership is the engine of long-term prosperity. Renier was among the first humans to truly understand the power of equity, the idea that one could own a slice of a business and prosper as the business prospered, regardless of whether one actively worked within it. This idea is ordinary today, but in his time, it was revolutionary. Most people believed wealth came from labor or direct ownership. A man worked, earned, purchased goods, sold them, repeated the cycle. But Renier saw another path: to own small pieces of many enterprises, to benefit from the productivity of others, to create a portfolio that grew while he slept. This was the birth of passive income, not in theory, but in practice. Equity allowed him to benefit from voyages he never sailed, negotiations he never attended, storms he never braved, and discoveries he never witnessed. His wealth grew not through doing, but through positioning. This is the third law. Wealth accelerates when you stop trading time for money and begin owning systems that generate value without you. The Dutch traders who owned entire ships were trading risk for reward. Renier traded participation for sustainability. And over time, participation proved far more powerful. Financial Principle 4. The long horizon turns volatility into opportunity. Short-term thinkers see volatility as danger. Long-term thinkers see volatility as fuel. When cargo prices fell, Renier bought more shares. When competitors panicked, he expanded. When storms destroyed fleets, he acquired distressed assets cheaply. When wars disrupted trade routes, he shifted capital to neutral waters. He did not predict the future. He simply played the long game better than anyone else. The Dutch word for this patience, geduld, carries a deeper meaning. Patience woven with discipline, patience sharpened by observation, patience guided by intention. This is the philosophy of every great investor from history, that time transforms uncertainty into profit for those who persist. It is what Warren Buffett calls letting the snowball roll. What Japanese merchants called slow is smooth, smooth is fast. What ancient Stoics called the pace of nature. Renier lived all of it without the language to describe it. Financial Principle 5. A fortune that grows slowly lasts. A fortune that grows quickly rarely does. In the canals of Amsterdam, merchants who struck sudden wealth often spent it just as suddenly. They built enormous houses along Herengracht. They filled them with oriental carpets, ivory combs, Venetian mirrors, imported tapestries. Their wealth flowed like wine, lavishly, inconsistently, recklessly. Renier did not judge them. He simply did not join them. His home was modest, his lifestyle unremarkable, his expenditures steady and intentional, because he understood the deepest financial truth of all. What compounding gives slowly, compounding can take back instantly if the owner succumbs to ego. And so, Renier ended his life not as a legend carved in marble, but as a quiet testament to the patience that builds empires. His wealth survived him. Most merchants did not. His legacy enriched generations. Most fortunes faded within decades, all because one man aligned himself with time, and the wind obeyed him. The last days of the samurai did not begin with war. They began with silence, a kind of silence that settles over a nation when its soul begins to fracture, when the world shifts so quickly that ancient codes begin to tremble under the weight of new ambition, new wealth, new power. Japan in the mid-19th century was such a place, a land caught between two worlds. Its spirit split between the sword and the steam engine, between the rice fields of its ancestors and the steel rails of an emerging era. And in the center of this storm stood a man whose name carried the gravity of an old mountain, Saigo Takamori, the last true samurai. He was not born into grandeur. He was born into Satsuma, a rugged domain in southern Japan, where the winds from the sea cut like blades and discipline was carved into children from the moment they could walk. Saigo grew up with the timeless principles of Bushido: loyalty, courage, restraint, sincerity, etched into his bones like inscriptions on an ancestral blade. These were not abstractions. They were the architecture of a man's identity. What a samurai feared most was not death, but dishonor. Saigo was quiet, unusually so for a warrior. His teachers wrote of a boy who listened more than he spoke, who carried hardship with a serene resilience. There are stories that in his youth, he was so moved by the suffering of villagers during a famine that he secretly distributed rice from his own household stores. When confronted by his family, he simply bowed and said, "A samurai does not eat while others starve." This was Saigo, a man for whom moral conviction felt as natural as breath. But Japan was changing. Western ships, black-hulled, smoke-belching, arrived in Edo Bay in 1853 under the command of Commodore Perry. The sight alone shattered centuries of isolation. Japan, long sealed from foreign influence, now faced muskets, cannons, navigation charts, and treaties that threatened to drag the nation into a new era before it could comprehend the price. The old order began to unravel. Clans quarreled. Merchants, once considered lower in status, grew wealthy from new trade. Samurai stipends, paid in rice for generations, began losing value as Japan's economy modernized. The sword, once the symbol of purity and authority, was overshadowed by rifles imported from across the sea. Many samurai resisted. Some grew bitter. Some sold their swords in shame. But Saigo Takamori saw deeper. He believed Japan had to evolve, yet he feared evolution without integrity. And this tension would define the tragedy of his life. During the Meiji Restoration, when the young emperor reclaimed power and Japan began rapidly modernizing, Saigo became a central figure. He was admired for his moral clarity, his refusal to accept bribes, his incorruptible presence in a political system rotting from new ambition. While ministers built fortunes, he lived simply. While others drank lavishly, he patrolled the city at night to ensure the safety of commoners. When asked why he wore the same worn kimono for years, he replied, "If my virtue is not apparent, no silk can reveal it." His influence grew so powerful that people whispered he was the one man the emperor truly trusted. But modern Japan demanded compromises Saigo could not make. In the new government, officials proposed cutting the stipend samurai received, a stipend system that had supported warriors for generations. They argued that modernization required efficiency, less rice for samurai, more investment in factories, railroads, telegraphs. To the bureaucrats, this was practical policy. To the samurai, it was a spiritual death. Saigo understood both sides. He believed in reform, but he also believed the samurai spirit was the soul of Japan, the flame that kept the nation disciplined, honorable, courageous. Remove that flame, and Japan might gain machines, but lose itself. When corruption began seeping into political offices, Saigo spoke openly against it. His bluntness embarrassed powerful men. His refusal to accept payment or luxury made him an obstacle. His popularity made him a threat. In court whispers, they called him the unbending tree, a tree they feared might cast too long a shadow. So they forced him out. He retired to Kagoshima, his homeland, where thousands of young samurai followed him. Students, warriors, idealists who saw in him the last embodiment of pure Bushido. They built schools teaching ethics, swordsmanship, literature, agriculture. But beneath the surface, discontent boiled. the Meiji government outlawed the wearing of swords. Samurai were reduced to historic ornaments. Their code, once sacred, was dismissed as antiquated. For Saigo, this was not merely political. It was existential. A nation that abandons its moral foundation, he believed, loses its future. And then came the final break. Government soldiers raided the samurai academies in Kagoshima, seizing weapons and questioning teachers. Rumors spread that Tokyo planned to arrest Saigo. His followers, inflamed with loyalty, demanded action. They begged him to lead a march to the capital, not as conquerors, but as men demanding the restoration of integrity. Saigo resisted for weeks, but he eventually bowed to the pleas of young warriors who saw no future in a Japan that had forgotten its soul. And so began the Satsuma Rebellion of 1877. Saigo marched not with ambition, but with sorrow. He wrote a final letter to the emperor, one of the most heartbreaking documents in Japanese history, apologizing for troubling the nation he loved, asking forgiveness even as he prepared to challenge the very government he helped create. "Your servant goes forth," he wrote, "not in anger, but in grief." The rebellion was doomed before it began. Modern rifles outmatched swords. Artillery crushed valor. Industrial Japan crushed feudal Japan. At the Battle of Shiroyama, with only a few hundred warriors remaining, Saigo stood atop a hill overlooking the city of Kagoshima. He wore his simple white kimono, symbol of purity and death. When government forces surrounded the last samurai, Saigo did not run. He did not surrender. He fought until he could no longer stand. Then, as tradition demanded, he died by his own code. Japan wept. Even his enemies wept. The emperor himself reportedly bowed in mourning. Saigo Takamori became a legend, not for winning, but for choosing honor over power, integrity over reward, principle over survival. And so, in the ashes of his rebellion, a question lingers like incense rising from a temple. What is wealth, if not alignment between one's values and one's actions? What is prosperity, if gained at the cost of the soul? When Saigo Takamori stood upon the hill of Shiroyama, gazing down at the young city that symbolized Japan's new era, he carried more than a sword. He carried a paradox that every age must confront: the tension between progress and principle, between survival and sincerity, between the world as it is and the world as it should be. This tension gives birth to the spiritual law at the heart of his story, the law of alignment. It is a law older than Bushido, older than kingdoms, older than written history. It teaches that a life gains strength not from ambition, but from coherence, when actions reflect values, when choices reflect truth, when speech reflects conviction. A misaligned life fractures. A misaligned nation decays. A misaligned spirit collapses under its own contradictions. Saigo lived with an alignment so intense that it made him both revered and feared. For him, honor was not a ceremonial word. It was oxygen. It was the structure that allowed a man to breathe. When political decisions contradicted the moral compass of the samurai, he felt it as a suffocation. When leaders sacrificed integrity for convenience or profit, He saw it as a spiritual infection spreading through the bloodstream of Japan. He believed, fervently, and without compromise, that a nation could modernize its weapons, its infrastructure, its ports, its trade routes, but it could not modernize its soul. Bushido, to him, was not merely a warrior's code. It was the framework that held a society together. Remove the framework, and the structure collapses, irrespective of how tall or technologically impressive it becomes. This is the tragedy of alignment. Those who live by it often stand alone. In every generation, the aligned person is a disturbance. Their presence exposes the compromises others pretend not to see. Their integrity makes the ambitious uncomfortable. Their refusal to bend destabilizes those who survive by bending. This is why Saigo frightened politicians who lacked his moral foundation. Not because he threatened them with the sword, but because he threatened them with the mirror. There is a lesser-known story of Saigo during his time in office. He was offered a position that would have granted him enormous influence, control over key appointments, military power, and national policy. Yet he declined. Not politely, but decisively. He told the council, "A post given for convenience, not merit, is poison to the giver and the receiver." This was alignment in motion. Truth over opportunity. Another account describes him responding to a wealthy merchant who attempted to bribe him with gold bars wrapped in silk. Saigo gently returned the package, saying, "Gold is easy to carry. Shame is not." Alignment was not a philosophy, he pondered. It was the rhythm of his behavior. The samurai believed that a man's life should flow like a straight arrow, its path unbroken, its intention clean, its aim true. But most men, in Saigo's eyes, lived like arrows bent by wind, by temptation, by fear, by the soft tyranny of convenience. A bent arrow can still fly, but it will never reach its intended mark. This became the central question of Saigo's existence. What does it mean for a person to stay straight in a world full of bending forces? It means refusing rewards that feel misaligned, even when they promise comfort. It means losing battles rather than losing oneself. It means accepting suffering rather than accepting corruption. It means living with such integrity that betrayal feels physically impossible. This level of alignment creates an unusual consequence: clarity. Saigo saw clearly, too clearly, perhaps. He saw that corruption disguised as modernization would rot the Meiji government from within. He saw that ambition without ethics would devour the nation's future. He saw that a Japan obsessed with catching up to the West might forget what made it worth catching. His rebellion was not a revolt of aggression. It was a revolt of conscience. The deeper lesson of his life is this: integrity has a price, but misalignment has a cost far greater. Alignment may require sacrifice, comfort, opportunity, reputation, but misalignment demands something far heavier: your identity, your purpose, your self-respect. Most people underestimate the spiritual violence they do to themselves when they live out of alignment. They feel confusion, exhaustion, inner conflict, anxiety, frustration, all symptoms of deviation from one's true values. Saigo had none of these symptoms. His clarity was absolute, even unto death. He did not waver once his path was chosen. This introduces another facet of the law. Alignment gives strength that strategy cannot. His army was vastly outnumbered, his weapons outdated, his cause doomed. Yet the government forces feared him, not for his numbers, but for his conviction. A samurai aligned with his deepest principles is more dangerous than a regiment of soldiers with modern rifles. History repeatedly confirms this. Coherence of purpose creates force far greater than material advantage. Saigo embodied this force. And it is this force that becomes valuable not only in philosophy, but in finance. For alignment is the root of consistency. Consistency is the root of trust. Trust is the root of opportunity. And opportunity is the root of sustainable wealth. But before turning to finance, let us pause on the man himself, on a life lived so straight that even defeat could not bend it, on a spirit so aligned that even death could not break it, on a legacy that still, centuries later, forces us to ask, where in my life have I bent? And what would my life look like if I stood straight instead? When Saigo Takamori marched into his final battle, he did not carry wealth, land titles, political leverage, or the accumulated rewards of a long career. He carried only his sword and a reputation so unblemished that it outweighed every fortune in Tokyo. That sword could be broken. His body could be defeated. But his reputation was untouchable. And here, beneath the dust of Shiroyama, we find the financial truth hidden in his life. Integrity is capital. Honor is capital. Alignment is capital, not metaphorically. Practically, the modern world often treats ethics as an accessory, admirable, but optional. Yet every stable economy, every successful business, every enduring partnership rests on one silent asset: trust. Trust is the currency that moves faster than money, compounds more reliably than interest, and buys more opportunity than gold. Saigo understood this long before financial theorists began speaking of reputation capital, ethical arbitrage, or trust premiums. He lived by the principle that a man's word is not merely a moral stance, it is an economic advantage. Let us break this down with the clarity Saigo embodied. Financial principle 1. Reputation is a form of compound interest. A person aligned with their values becomes predictable, not in rigidity, but in reliability. People know what to expect from them. They know promises will be kept. They know decisions will be principled, not opportunistic. They know partnership with them does not require psychological armor. This predictability lowers the cost of interaction. It reduces friction. It accelerates collaboration. In commerce, this is priceless. Saigo's reputation was so strong that even political enemies trusted his sincerity more than they trusted their own allies. Farmers trusted him. Samurai trusted him. Even the emperor trusted him. Trust creates an unfair advantage. People give opportunities to those they trust. People forgive mistakes from those they trust. People invest in those they trust. People follow those they trust, even into impossible battles. Reputation compounds exactly like financial capital, slowly, quietly, then suddenly, overwhelmingly. One disciplined alignment leads to another opportunity, which leads to another alliance, which leads to another gate opening. The cycle repeats. The advantage multiplies. This is how fortunes and nations are built. Financial Principle 2. Misalignment is the costliest debt. Debt is not only financial. The worst debts are the invisible ones, making promises you cannot keep, accepting work that erodes your values, saying yes when you mean no, maintaining relationships that cost your dignity, living with goals that violate your inner truth. Each misalignment creates interest paid in anxiety, fatigue, resentment, confusion, and collapse of clarity. Eventually, the mind becomes bankrupt. Saigo refused such debt. He would rather walk away from power than stay misaligned. He would rather lose influence than lose integrity. He would rather die in a doomed battle than live with a divided spirit. This may sound tragic, but in financial terms, it illustrates a blunt truth. Compromises that violate your identity are the most expensive debts you will ever carry. They erode confidence. They destroy long-term decision-making. They weaken resilience. They distort the inner compass that guides investment, career, and opportunity. Saigo remained powerful because he refused these debts. His clarity stayed intact. Financial Principle 3. Alignment creates opportunity more reliably than networking. The modern world tells us to network, gather contacts, shake hands, accumulate business cards, cultivate endless shallow relationships. But Saigo teaches a different model. Be so aligned that people seek you, not the other way around. When Saigo spoke, men listened, not because he was persuasive, but because he did not bend. Leaders followed him not for wealth or reward, but because his presence guaranteed that decisions made in his company would not rot from within. This is the kind of alignment that builds long-term opportunity, far more potent than charm, charisma, or negotiation. In financial contexts, this looks like being the partner whose contracts never need fine print, the advisor whose guidance is not for sale, the investor who cannot be seduced by greed, the entrepreneur who will not cut corners. Such individuals attract capital, talent, and clients instinctively. They become rare, and rarity creates value. Financial Principle 4. Honor produces resilient wealth. Most fortunes grow from leverage, but most cursed fortunes grow from compromised leverage, deals made in panic, shortcuts taken in desperation, partnerships formed from fear rather than clarity. Saigo lived without shortcuts. His decisions were slow, deliberate, internally consistent. And this consistency reveals the deepest financial truth of his life. You cannot build a lasting fortune on a foundation that contradicts your values. Any wealth achieved through misalignment carries fragility within it. It demands continuous upkeep, emotional, mental, ethical. It corrodes even as it expands, but wealth built through alignment becomes anti-fragile. It weathers market cycles. It attracts the right partners. It resists corruption. It grows steadily because its foundation does not crack. This is why many entrepreneurs burn out or self-sabotage, not due to lack of money, but due to lack of alignment. Their pursuits fracture their identity. Their success becomes something they must protect from themselves. Saigo would sooner die than tolerate this fracture. And so, his story, though tragic in form, becomes luminous in lesson. Wealth is a byproduct of alignment. Alignment is not a byproduct of wealth. Financial Principle 5. Honor survives longer than capital. Saigo lost his rebellion. His samurai died. His cause was defeated. But his name lives. His legacy lives. His moral example lives. His reputation remains incorruptible. Even the Meiji government that opposed him later erected statues in his honor. The emperor posthumously pardoned him. Modern Japan reveres him as a symbol of sincerity. This tells us something vital. Capital evaporates, but character accrues. The banknotes of empires crumble, but the reputation of men like Saigo compounds for centuries. In finance, this is the ultimate principle. What you build inside yourself outlasts everything you build outside yourself. The chapter now shifts toward Venice, artisans, monopolies, and the hidden power of skill. Venice does not rise from the sea. It floats upon it, like a dream too delicate to bear the weight of reality. In the late medieval world, the city was a shimmering enigma, a lagoon kingdom suspended between east and west, woven together by canals instead of roads, ruled not by kings, but by merchants whose fortunes traveled the world in the hulls of ships. And within this watery labyrinth, across a narrow channel from the beating heart of the city, lay the island of Murano, a place that held secrets so precious the Venetian Republic guarded them with the vigilance of a dragon protecting its hoard. Murano was the home of the glassmakers, artisans whose craft was closer to alchemy than industry. They sculpted fire. They shaped breath. They coaxed sand into clarity so pure that it rivaled crystal. Their creations, mirrors, chalices, lampstands, goblets, beads, windows, were coveted by kings and emperors, by sultans and popes, by nobles from Cairo to Constantinople. But these craftsmen were not free men. They were prized. They were honored. They were celebrated. Yet they were prisoners of their own brilliance. To protect its monopoly, Venice forbade any glassmaker from leaving Murano. Attempted escape was treason. Punishment ranged from imprisonment to death. Guards patrolled the canals. Informants watched the harbors. The artisans lived in beautiful cages, watched by the Republic and revered by the world. Their secrets were worth more than gold. Murano glass possessed a clarity unknown elsewhere. In an age when most European glass was clouded, brittle, impure, the Venetians produced objects so flawless they appeared unreal. Some said the glassmakers whispered incantations into their furnaces. Others believed they had discovered a lost Roman formula. Still others insisted they had bargained with spirits. But behind every marvel lay a simple truth. Their knowledge was protected, refined, and monopolized with ruthless precision. Among these artisans was a figure rarely mentioned in grand histories, but revered in the archives of Venice, Master Lorenzo Barovier, patriarch of a family whose glass-making lineage stretched across centuries. Lorenzo lived during the 15th century, at a time when Murano glass reached a level of refinement that astonished even the Venetians. His signature creations were the Calcedonio vessels, glass swirled with colors that seemed to move when the light touched them, like marble trapped in liquid motion. Chronicles describe foreign envoys staring at his work with disbelief, whispering that no natural hand could produce such beauty. He was a quiet man, tall, broad-shouldered, with hands scarred by decades of working in furnaces hot enough to melt stone. He lived simply, dedicating his life to mastery. Apprentices came from across Europe to study under him, but they were forced to swear oaths so strict they resembled monastic vows. They learned not formulas, but rituals, rituals of heat, timing, breath, rhythm. Mistakes were not corrected with scolding, but with silence, a silence heavy enough to humble princes. Lorenzo believed that glass reflected the soul of the maker. Impure spirit, impure glass. Scattered mind, scattered form. Only clarity of purpose could yield clarity of creation. An old Murano tale recounts a moment when a young apprentice, frustrated by the difficulty of the craft, hurled a half-formed goblet to the floor. Lorenzo, who rarely spoke, lifted the melted fragment with a calm that unnerved the entire workshop. He said softly, "Fire obeys only those who respect it." Another story tells of a foreign agent, disguised as a merchant, who attempted to bribe Lorenzo with a fortune to reveal the secret of Venetian crystal. Lorenzo did not refuse. Instead, he invited the man into his home, served him wine, spoke with him until dawn, and then escorted him personally to the city magistrate to be arrested. The agent, stunned, reportedly muttered, "Your silence is stronger than armies." This was Murano, a kingdom of artisans who wielded mastery the way warriors wielded swords. Venice understood the power of this mastery. The Republic grew rich not from conquest, but from monopoly, from protecting a single, extraordinary craft so fiercely that the world had no choice but to come to them. Murano glass became more valuable than gems, more coveted than spices, more delicate than silk. It was the luxury that crowned the wealthy, seduced the powerful, and elevated Venice to an empire without ever lifting a blade. But brilliance attracts danger. Foreign powers, France, the Ottoman Empire, the German principalities desperately wanted Venice's secrets. They sent spies, thieves, merchants, even assassins. Some succeeded in smuggling artisans away. Others were caught and vanished into the black cells beneath the Doge's palace. The most dramatic attempt occurred in 1547, when a group of French agents kidnapped a young Murano master named Pietro Bigaglia, hoping to extract the formulas from him. For months they interrogated him. They offered wealth beyond imagination. They threatened death. According to Venetian records, Pietro refused every inducement. Eventually, by means historians still debate, he escaped. Some claim he bribed guards, others that he slipped out during a fire and returned to Murano as a legend. He told the magistrates, "I would rather die a Venetian than live a traitor." This was the spirit that protected the monopoly. Not chains, not fear, but identity. Mastery so deeply woven into one's being that betrayal would feel like self-destruction. Yet the glassmakers were not without internal conflict. Some longed for freedom. Some resented their gilded captivity. Some felt crushed by the weight of expectations. Lorenzo Barovier himself grappled with the paradox of Murano, that mastery gave them power, but specialization confined them. He once wrote in a private letter, "The walls that protect us also imprison us." Still, he never left the island. His craft was his home. His mastery was his nation. Murano glass remained a global marvel for centuries because the Venetians understood something the rest of the world did not. Skill, once refined to its highest form, becomes a fortress no army can breach. And behind that fortress lies the hidden insight at the heart of this chapter. Wealth grows most powerfully when it is built upon expertise so rare, so precise, so irreplaceable that the world has no substitute. It is now time to explore the deeper philosophy behind this, the spiritual law of differentiation that transforms mastery into destiny. When Master Lorenzo Barovier stepped into his workshop each morning, passing beneath rafters blackened by centuries of flame, he was not merely entering a place of labor. He was entering a sanctuary, a space where mastery, identity, and destiny converged in the shape of molten fire. To him, craftsmanship was not a profession, it was a calling, a spiritual tether between the visible world and the invisible realm of perfection. This understanding gives birth to the core philosophical force of this chapter, the law of differentiation. A law that whispers, a soul becomes powerful when it becomes irreplaceable. A life becomes meaningful when it becomes precise. A destiny becomes inevitable when it becomes unique. In a world crowded with imitation, sameness is death. But uniqueness, true, cultivated uniqueness, is resurrection. This law explains why Murano thrived for centuries, despite being small, vulnerable, and politically fragile. It survived because it specialized so deeply that the world had no substitute for it. The glassmakers did not strive to be good enough. They sought to be singular, to create something no other hands could replicate, no matter how much gold or force or talent was applied. This is the heartbeat of differentiation. The world rewards the rare, not the common. To become rare requires devotion. To become unique requires sacrifice. To become irreplaceable requires identity. Let us follow Lorenzo's inner world to understand this. He believed mastery was not simply a repetition of techniques. It was a communion with limits. Glass could break. It could warp. It could resist. It could deceive. It could punish arrogance. Working with glass was like conversing with a volatile spirit. One had to listen, respect, adapt. and learn. His apprentices learned quickly that the craft demanded more than skill. It demanded humility, consistency, ritual, patience, and presence. The glass taught them these virtues slowly, through failures that cracked loudly in their hands. And this reveals the deeper spiritual truth. Differentiation is built on devotion, not ambition. Ambition seeks recognition. Devotion seeks refinement. Ambition wants to be seen. Devotion wants to become. Lorenzo did not ask, "How can I become the greatest glassmaker?" He asked, "How can I honor the craft fully?" It is this shift from external ambition to internal devotion that transforms ordinary skill into transcendent mastery. And mastery itself becomes a spiritual identity, a form of selfhood. To be devoted is to dissolve ego into excellence. To be devoted is to become inseparable from your craft. This is why Murano glass felt alive. It was shaped by men who poured their identity into it. The law of differentiation teaches us that the universe rewards intensity over breadth, depth over speed, precision over volume. Most people move sideways their entire lives, dabbling, sampling, tasting, wandering. They become generalists by default rather than design, spread too thin to develop rarity. But Lorenzo and the Murano masters demonstrate a counterpath. Go so deep into one domain that you transcend it. Go so deep that imitation becomes impossible. Go so deep that mastery births new laws. Differentiation has three essential components. 1. Identity engraving. The craft engraves the soul. The soul engraves the craft. Mastery is reciprocal. As the glass responded to Lorenzo's breath and hands, Lorenzo responded to the glass's demands. This exchange is the crucible where identity is forged. The modern world teaches people to diversify themselves, to become adaptable, fluid, multi-skilled. But Murano teaches the opposite. A person becomes powerful not by scattering themselves, but by engraving themselves. When the world thinks of Murano, it thinks of glass. When the world thinks of glass, Murano stands alone. This is the power of engraved identity. 2. The sacred boundary. Differentiation requires boundaries. The Venetians protected their craft ruthlessly, not out of greed, but out of understanding. Mastery cannot flourish in an environment where secrets leak, where distraction reigns, where imitation is allowed to dilute identity. In spiritual language, sacred things must be guarded. In psychological language, focus must be protected from noise. In economic language, moats create monopoly. Murano's boundary, the island itself, the laws, the secrecy, was a spiritual moat that preserved the purity of its craft. Without these boundaries, the craft would have dissolved into commonality. The message is clear. Your uniqueness must be protected, or it will evaporate. 3. The flame of continuity. Differentiation is not a moment, it is a lineage. Lorenzo inherited techniques from ancestors he never met, added his own refinements, and passed the flame to apprentices who would continue the chain after his death. This continuity turned individual mastery into something greater than any single life. We live in a world obsessed with novelty. Murano teaches the value of continuity, of deepening rather than reinventing, of refining rather than abandoning. Continuity is the soul's compounding. It turns skill into legacy. There is another Murano story, rarely told, that captures the heart of this law. Late in Lorenzo's life, he was approached by a young apprentice who asked him, "Master, how do I become great like you?" Lorenzo set down his tools, looked at the boy, and said, "You must be willing to disappear into one thing until the world cannot forget you." This is differentiation distilled. To disappear is to surrender ego, distraction, and scattered desire. To become unforgettable is the paradoxical reward. This law reveals a profound spiritual truth. Specialization is not limitation. Specialization is liberation. For when one devotes deeply to a craft, the labyrinth of life opens. Opportunities multiply. Destiny clarifies. Identity sharpens. Chaos dissolves. Differentiation is the antidote to the curse of Midas. Instead of turning everything into gold and losing meaning, one turns one thing into mastery and gains meaning. Now we move toward the financial dimension, where Murano's monopoly becomes a lesson in economic moats, pricing power, defensibility, and the hidden wealth of irreplaceable skill. Murano's furnaces did not merely produce glass. They produced a financial phenomenon the modern world studies with fascination but rarely understands. For centuries, Venice dominated the luxury market not through conquest, resources, or scale, but through something far more valuable: a monopoly built on irreplaceable skill. This is the economic heart of Murano, and the financial lesson of this chapter. When your expertise is unmatched, you do not compete. You define the market. The Murano glassmakers were not the cheapest. They were not the fastest. They were not the most accessible. But they were the best. And so, they were the most profitable. Their monopoly reveals several powerful financial principles that shape every enduring fortune. Principles that investors, entrepreneurs, and creators can use today as reliably as the Venetians used them centuries ago. Let us illuminate them one by one. Financial Principle 1. A monopoly built on mastery is stronger than a monopoly built on resources. Most monopolies rely on external factors: land ownership, government protection, rare minerals, patents, or political power. These are valuable but fragile. Governments change. Resources deplete. Patents expire. Rivals emerge. Murano's monopoly rested on something immovable: skill that took decades to learn and generations to perfect. The furnaces were important. The formulas mattered. But the true treasure of Murano was the mind of the master glassmaker. No rival nation could replicate it because they could not replicate the people. This is the rarest and most defensible form of economic power. In modern finance, these are called intangible moods: brands, culture, company secrets, craft, talent density, intellectual lineage. The Baraviere family, the Ballerin family, the Seguso family, each became a human institution. Venice understood that the most valuable asset in the world is not raw material, but irreplaceable ability. Financial principle 2. Secrecy amplifies scarcity. Venice guarded Murano's secrets not with patents, but with fear, laws, and loyalty. Not because they were cruel, but because they understood the economics of scarcity. When the supply of mastery is limited, the price of mastery can rise without limit. In today's world, businesses attempt this with trade secrets, closed algorithms, proprietary technology, and closed-source designs. But Murano did something simpler. It protected its knowledge like a spiritual relic. This is how they achieved pricing power. This is how they maintained high margins. This is how they controlled global demand. Their secrecy turned glass, the most common substance on Earth, into something worth more than silver. Secrecy, when used ethically, is not deception. It is protection. It is the acknowledgement that value dissolves when distributed carelessly. Financial principle 3. Differentiation creates price, not cost. Most businesses ask, how can we lower our cost? The Murano masters asked, how can we raise our uniqueness? Because they knew a truth most entrepreneurs forget. Rare value commands high price, regardless of cost. Murano glass sold for fortunes not because it was expensive to make, but because no one else could make it. Their power did not come from low operational costs. It came from high perceived value. Luxury markets today follow the same rule. Swiss watches, French couture, Japanese knives, Italian violin makers, high-end audio equipment, Michelin star restaurants. These industries thrive not because they reduce cost, but because they amplify uniqueness. Murano pioneered this centuries before the concept of branding existed. Financial principle 4. Innovation emerges from constraint, not excess. Murano glassmakers were confined to one island. They were forbidden to travel. They faced strict surveillance. They could not chase novelty. Yet this confinement sparked explosive innovation. They created techniques like Cristallo, the clearest glass in the world, Latimo, opaque white milk glass Aventurine, shimmering gold-flecked glass, Calcedonio, swirling gemstone-like patterns, Filigrana, twisted threads of color, Marine, mosaic glass slices. Each technique became a new market. Each market became a new revenue stream. Each innovation deepened the monopoly. The economic truth is profound. Constraints force focus. Focus forces innovation. Innovation forces dominance. The island was not a cage. It was a forge. Financial principle 5. Mastery builds generational wealth. The Barraviere family is documented in Venice for over 700 years, one continuous lineage of glassmakers still active today. That is not luck. That is the power of differentiated skill, compounding across generations. Modern investors speak of multi-decade compounding. Murano practiced multi-century compounding because mastery creates a feedback loop. Mastery monopoly, pricing power, wealth, reinvestment, new mastery. Most fortunes die because heirs inherit money without skill. But when heirs inherit skill and identity, the fortune becomes self-sustaining. Murano reveals the wealth formula. If you build a craft, you leave a dynasty. If you build a bank account, you leave a liability. Financial principle. 6. The world does not reward generalists. It rewards specialists whose depth becomes indispensable. This is the economic mirror of the spiritual law of differentiation. Generalists are easy to replace. Specialists, true specialists, are not. In financial terms, specialists have pricing power. Specialists suffer less competition. Specialists attract higher quality clients. Specialists face fewer downturn pressures. Specialists have stronger economic moats. Murano glassmakers were the world's first artisan capitalists. They were paid not for labor, not for hours, not for effort, but for rarity, precision, and identity. They embodied the core financial lesson. To escape competition, you must escape similarity. We are now nearing the end of the journey. The next chapter will return us to Midas, to the river, to the final release of the curse. There is a moment near the end of the old Midas legend that most people forget. They remember the golden touch, the shining tragedy, the frozen daughter, the king collapsing under the weight of his own desire. They remember his desperation, his horror, his plea to the gods. But they forget the river, the Pactolus, a quiet stream winding through Anatolia, carrying smooth stones and the murmur of reeds, a place where the world softens, where the noise of kingdoms seems far away. It was here that Midas was told to wash himself, to cleanse the greed that had turned his life into a silent mausoleum of gold. The river did not roar. It did not punish. It simply received him. He knelt in the water, cupped his hands, and watched the golden sheen pull away from him like a departing spirit. The sand beneath the current sparkled as though swallowing the curse grain by grain. And for the first time since his wish had been granted, Midas felt the weight of the world lift. Not because gold had left him, but because desire had loosened its grip. This forgotten moment holds the essence of every story we have explored. Croesus misread the oracle because he trusted desire more than truth. Mansa Musa drowned cities in gold because he mistook generosity for wisdom. Diogenes shed every possession because he feared the traps of comfort more than the pain of hunger. Renier van der Veer mastered time by refusing the seduction of fast fortune. Saigo Takamori marched into death because he would not trade his values for survival. The Murano glassmakers built a dynasty by dedicating themselves not to abundance, but to rarity, precision, and identity. Each figure confronts a facet of the Midas curse. Each figure seeks a form of cleansing. Each figure finds a river. The river of truth, the river of balance, the river of real wealth. Let us draw these currents together. The philosophy: wealth without wisdom is a curse. Every chapter has echoed the same spiritual law in a different form. Croesus taught perception. Desire distorts judgment. Gold blinds the inner eye. Mansa Musa taught consequence. Abundance without understanding becomes destruction. Diogenes taught sufficiency. Freedom begins with needing little. Rainier taught time. Wealth grows where patience lives. Saigo taught alignment. Integrity is a currency deeper than gold. Murano taught differentiation. Rarity is more valuable than quantity. Together, they converge into a single insight. Wealth is a spiritual force. It amplifies the character of its holder. Greed becomes catastrophe. Wisdom becomes prosperity. Identity becomes legacy. The curse of Midas was not the gold. It was the blindness that gold revealed. The river did not wash away wealth. It washed away distortion. What remained was a man who finally understood that prosperity must be balanced, or it becomes poison. The finance. Real wealth flows. Currency accumulates. Just as the Pactolus separated Midas from his curse, we must separate real wealth from the illusions of money. Money is measurement, not nourishment. Currency is a symbol, not strength. Gold is storage, not sustenance. Real wealth is land that feeds you, skills that sustain you, reputation that precedes you, relationships that anchor you, identity that guides you, optionality that frees you, time that compounds quietly, alignment that steadies the heart. Real wealth is internal before it becomes external. It is character before it is capital. It is clarity before it is currency. Gold cannot be eaten. Money cannot be hugged. Status cannot warm a dying fire. But wisdom earns fruit. Mastery earns trust. Integrity earns opportunity. Patience earns compounding. Differentiation earns demand. Sufficiency earns freedom. Wealth is not what you touch. It is what remains when everything you touch turns to dust. This is the lesson of Midas. This is the lesson of every chapter. Where the journey leads. The river at the end of Midas's story is not a place. It is a moment of awakening. A moment when you realize you do not need every opportunity. You do not need every luxury. You do not need every dollar. You only need what aligns with who you truly are. Real wealth begins when desire stops screaming and wisdom begins to whisper. It asks, what is enough? What is meaningful? What is sustainable? What is authentic? What is aligned? This is the river inside us, the river that cleanses, the river that restores. And when we dip our hands into this river, truly dip them, the Midas curse dissolves. Not because we reject wealth, but because we finally understand it. Money becomes a tool, not a tyrant. Assets become stewards, not idols. Wealth becomes a quiet companion, not a ravenous god. And life, once constricted by glittering illusions, opens like a path cleared of mist. This is the end of the story. and the beginning of a new one. Night settles around you like an old friend. The world grows quiet. The pulse of your thoughts softens. And somewhere, beneath the noise of the day, a calmer voice begins to rise. Tonight, you set down the gold. Not because wealth is wrong, not because success is forbidden, but because you are remembering something older than ambition, something steady, something patient, something that has always lived beneath the surface of your life. You are remembering sufficiency. Take a breath. Slow, easy. Let the breath fall from your chest the way a leaf falls onto calm water. No hurry, no force, just a gentle descent. As you breathe, feel the body unwind. The shoulders loosen. The jaw releases. The space around your heart expands, as if a tight fist is finally opening. You are entering a river now. Not a river of water, but a river of stillness. A river that cleanses. A river that restores. A river that dissolves the gold that clings to the mind when the world demands too much. Let the flow carry you. Listen, far away, you can still hear the echo of Midas, a warning across time. But the echo grows softer, more distant, until it becomes wisdom instead of fear. You are not here to chase. You are not here to grasp. You are not here to turn everything you touch into currency. You are here to rest, to align, to breathe. Tonight, you reclaim the truth that the world often forgets. You are enough. You have enough. You become more by needing less. Let these words settle softly into the mind. Enough. 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 Each repetition dissolves another layer of tension. Each repetition unbinds another thread of the Midas curse. Each repetition returns you to your center. Now breathe again, deeply this time, as though drawing air from the bottom of a quiet lake. Feel the spine soften. Feel the hands grow warm. Feel the mind drift toward stillness. You are walking now through an inner landscape, a place untouched by noise, untouched by comparison, untouched by the demands of the world. This place belongs only to you. In this place, wealth is not measured by accumulation. It is measured by peace, by clarity, by alignment. Here, abundance has nothing to do with what you own. It has everything to do with what you carry inside. A steady mind, a grounded heart, a path that moves at the pace of your own truth. The world rushes. You do not. The world grasps. You release. The world shouts. You listen. Tonight, you sink deeper into the river. Feel the water sliding past the mind. Feel it washing away the glitter of unnecessary desires. Not destroying them, just placing them down, gently, like stones returned to the earth. You feel lighter. You feel clearer. You feel more like yourself. This is the first stage of the unbinding, the release of excess desire. You do not need more. You need meaning. You do not need accumulation. You need alignment. You do not need constant ambition. You need direction. You do not need gold. You need freedom. And freedom begins with letting go. Settle deeper. Let the breath lengthen. Let the mind drift as though carried gently by an unseen current. You are safe here. You are unhurried. You are unwound from the world's demands. In this stillness, we move into the second unbinding, the release of false measures. All your life, the world has told you what to value, what success should look like, what accomplishment should feel like, what wealth should resemble. It handed you rulers and metrics, numbers, comparisons, rankings, expectations, and told you these were truth. But tonight, in the softness of your breath, you begin to remember that these were never your measures. They were borrowed, inherited, assumed, imposed, not chosen. You are stepping out of those measures now, gently, slowly, as though stepping out of a heavy garment that has grown too tight. Feel the relief. Your worth is not a number. Your value is not on a scale. Your identity is not tied to performance. Your peace is not tethered to achievement. You are free to define wealth for yourself. Breathe. Let that freedom expand inside you like a quiet sunrise. Now imagine yourself walking deeper along the riverbank. The river of unbinding. The river of release. Each step softens the mind further. Each step dissolves the old architecture of pressure. The stones beneath your feet are cool and supportive. The air carries the faint scent of cedar and night blossoms. A lantern glows softly ahead, its flame steady, warm, and unwavering, the flame of your own clarity. You approach it. You sit beside it, and the light whispers to you. You are allowed to change your measures. You are allowed to choose what matters. You are allowed to rest. Let these truths settle into your breath. Let them sink into your bones. Now we enter the third unbinding, the cleansing of fear. Fear is subtle. It does not always shout. Sometimes it whispers. Sometimes it disguises itself as ambition. Sometimes it hides beneath productivity. Sometimes it wears the mask of responsibility. Fear of not having enough. Fear of falling behind. Fear of losing stability. Fear of disappointing others. Fear of wasting potential. Fear of choosing wrong. Tonight, in this softened space, fear loses its grip. Not because you fight it, but because you breathe it out, exhaling it like smoke, leaving a long, extinguished fire. Take a slow breath. Hold it for a moment, as though holding the last thread of fear in your chest. Then exhale. Release it from the ribs, from the throat, from the face, from the center of your being. Again and again. With every breath, you grow lighter. The body softens. The mind deepens. The heart becomes a still pool, clear enough to reflect truth without distortion. And here, in this clarity, you discover something profound. You have never lacked what matters. You have only been told to fear the wrong things. You were taught to fear scarcity, when the true scarcity is peace. You were taught to fear falling behind, when the true danger is running in the wrong direction. You were taught to fear not achieving enough, when the deeper tragedy is achieving without alignment. Tonight, you exchange these fears for something gentler. Enoughness, clarity, direction, sufficiency, surrender. Now, the river moves into the fourth unbinding, the awakening of inner wealth. Real wealth is not loud. It does not boast. It does not need validation. Real wealth is quiet. It is steady. It is felt more than seen. It is in the breath that does not rush. It is in the decisions that align. It is in the relationships that nourish. It is in the mornings that begin without fear. It is in the nights that end with gratitude. Tonight, you gather your inner wealth, not from outside, not from status or accumulation, but from the deep well within you that has been waiting to be remembered. Repeat softly in your mind, I have enough. I am enough. I move at the pace of truth. I allow wealth to grow naturally, patiently, quietly. I release comparison. I release fear. I release pressure. I choose alignment. I choose clarity. I choose sufficiency. Let each phrase echo. Let each phrase soften your spirit. You are becoming lighter. You are becoming clearer. You are becoming centered. Now, breathe in deeply, a breath that travels down into the belly, slow and nourishing. Exhale softly, as though letting go of decades of invisible tension. This is the unbinding. This is the river washing through you. This is the undoing of the Midas curse, not by rejecting wealth, but by dissolving the fear that twists wealth into poison. The river does not take from you. It returns you to yourself. The river grows quieter now. Its waters slow. Its surface levels into a perfect mirror. Smooth, unbroken, calm. You step closer. This is the fifth unbinding, the return to equilibrium. For so long, the world has demanded acceleration, more output, more growth, more productivity, more accumulation. But life is not a sprint. Life is a tide. It rises, it falls, it moves in cycles, not straight lines. It breathes just as you breathe. Tonight, you rediscover your natural pace, not the frantic pace of expectation, not the exhausting pace of comparison, not the artificial pace of ambition misaligned. Your true pace is slower, steadier, more grounded. You do not need to rush toward anything. You do not need to chase what is already making its way toward you. You do not need to run from what can no longer harm you. You simply need to be aligned, and the path will open. Breathe softly. Inhale, as though drawing up calmness from the deep roots of the earth. Exhale, as though releasing every burden that never belonged to you. You are coming back to center, back to balance, back to the quiet truth beneath the noise. Listen. There is an older voice within you, gentle but firm, like the voice of someone who has watched over your life for many years. You do not need more to become yourself. You only need to return to yourself. Let that truth unfold inside you like ink spreading through water. That voice continues, "Wealth is not speed. Wealth is clarity. Wealth is alignment. Wealth is sufficiency." Every repetition sharpens your inner compass. Now the river shifts again into the sixth unbinding, the acceptance of patience. Patience is not waiting. Patience is permission. Permission for things to unfold in their natural rhythm. Permission for the future to approach without force. Permission for yourself to walk without rushing. Patience is the antidote to desperation, the cure for anxiety, the anchor in turbulent markets and turbulent times. Rainier van der Veer mastered patience. The Murano artisans mastered patience. Even Diogenes, in his fierce simplicity, embodied patience. And now you reclaim it as your own. I allow my wealth to grow at the pace of stability. I allow my goals to unfold at the pace of clarity. I allow my life to move at the pace of truth. Take a slow breath. Another. Another. Let patience sink deeper with every exhale. Now, the seventh unbinding, the final release, identity without illusion. Here, at this stage, the river reveals something profound. You are not the roles the world gave you. You are not the expectations others placed on you. You are not the competitions forced upon you. You are not the fears inherited from your past. You are a clear vessel, a steady flame, a mind capable of wisdom, a heart capable of discernment, a spirit capable of sufficiency. You are not defined by gold. You are not controlled by desire. You are not dictated by scarcity. You are defined by alignment. You are shaped by devotion. You are guided by clarity. You are held by purpose. Your worth is not in what you accumulate. Your worth is in what you embody. This final unbinding is the quietest, the softest, but also the most powerful. You return to being yourself, unburdened, unbound, uncomplicated. Now breathe again. This time deeper, smoother, slower. With every breath, you step more fully into your truth. Now, as you rest beside the river, the murmur of its water becomes a whisper of affirmations, timeless, grounding, steady. Let them wash through you. I am safe. I am steady. I am aligned. I have enough. I choose peace. I choose clarity. I choose balance. I release hurry. I release fear. I release comparison. I release pressure. I release the illusion of scarcity. I trust my path. I trust my pace. I trust myself. My wealth grows with my wisdom. My success grows with my integrity. My life deepens with my alignment. I am free from the Midas curse. I return to sufficiency. I return to balance. I return to myself. Let these truths echo softly, like chants carried across water. Now, as your breathing becomes slow and even, the world begins to fade gently, not into darkness, but into a quiet, silver space where nothing is demanded of you. You drift. Effort dissolves. Thought dissolves. Only presence remains. The river flows in the distance, steady and eternal. It asks nothing. It takes nothing. It only restores. You move deeper into rest, deeper into softness, deeper into the truth that wealth is not noise. It is quiet understanding. The Midas curse falls away. The old fears fall away. The borrowed desires fall away. You are enough. You have enough. You are free. Rest now. The journey is complete. The river carries you. The night protects you. Your breath guides you gently into sleep. And when you wake, the wisdom remains.